Special Wasilla City Council meeting, and the time is 10:01. And I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Velock.
Here.
Councilmember Rubeo.
Here.
We have 3 members present. We do need 4 members to establish a quorum. At this time, Councilmember Sullivan Leonard is absent. Councilmember Graham is absent, although I believe he is coming. Councilmember Brown is absent. So my recommendation is we wait a few minutes and just enter into basically an at ease until we can figure out whether or not we can establish a quorum to move the meeting forward. Is there any objection? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The gavel first. The November 19th, 2022 Special Wasilla City Council meeting is called to order. The time is 10:04 p.m. a.m. It says p.m. on my script, sorry. Before we begin, Council, please put away your cell phones. If you have business to attend to during the meeting, please move for a recess. If you are participating telephonically, please mute your phone unless speaking. Also, when speaking, please state your name for those streaming the meeting. As a reminder to all attendees, the meeting is being streamed live. The camera is located directly in the back of the council chambers above the clock. Roll call. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Graham?
Here.
Councilmember Johnson?
Here.
Councilmember Velock?
Here.
Councilmember Rubio?
Here.
You do have a quorum, Madam Deputy Mayor. We have Mayor Ledford participating with us telephonically. Councilmember Sullivan Leonard and Brown are both absent and excused unless there's objection from the body.
Okay, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Rubio, would you lead?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the first item of business is approval of the agenda. Are there changes to the agenda? Hearing none, the agenda will stand as presented. Public participation. Is it time for members of the public to share their views with the council? This is not a question and answer period or a time for dialogue. Speakers may be referred to administration, or issues raised may be taken under advisement by the council or administration. Sarah's not here, but we must not have anyone. Okay, new business. We are now at new business. Madam Clerk, please read the title of the item of business.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We have strategic plan presentations, Committee of the Whole.
Is there a motion to enter the Committee of the Whole?
So moved by Councilman Johnson.
Second.
Second by Rubio.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councilmember Johnson, seconded by Councilmember Rubio, to enter a Committee of the Whole. Is there an objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Deputy Administrator Nygaard, you now have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. I just want to do some quick housekeeping items. We will have a timekeeper for the presentations and a Q&A after each presentation. And we will also have a working lunch. And so lunch will be here at noon, and we'll quickly get that, and we'll be eating where we're sitting. We want to thank the mayor and the council and the committee and finance and the employees and all the administration for really making the investment to do this strategic planning session this year with our directors and our managers. The intent is to collectively come together and design some short and long-term goals that will help you and us better understand where we're going and how we're going to get there. There's no doubt we're living in some great times because we're the fastest growing city in the state. But it's also challenging because we only have a finite number of resources, and trying to keep up with that growth is something we have to be very strategic about. So I would now like to introduce Linda Leary with Linda Leary Consulting. She's been working with small and large business, both public and private, assisting them with setting up a framework to do strategic planning and make it engaging and fun. Our goal today is to share with you the mayor's vision and how each of the directors and managers have come together to align with that vision and bring some cohesiveness to the city. Linda?
Good morning. Hi, my name is Linda Leary, and my previous experience is 30 years in trucking here in Alaska. I used to be the president and one of the owners of Carlisle Trucking for many years until we sold a few years ago. Since then, I've been doing some consulting work, and I also started a company called Fishwear. So we do fun things, making fun clothing and gear for gals for fishing. But I have a passion for entrepreneurship. I have a passion for business and for leading teams, and so I'm just really honored that the mayor and Crystal and with your support also and allowed me to work with your teams to come up with strategic plans for each of the departments that mirror the mayor's wishes for her vision for the city. And I'd like to now to let the mayor take and lead this off, and she'll talk a little bit about some of the key pillars that she sees for the city, and then you'll notice how each of the departments have worked and woven that into their presentations. So please enjoy the presentations. They put a lot of work into them, and I think they've done a fabulous job. So and please enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. My vision for the city is the city of Wasilla will be the center of commerce, connectivity, community, and capital. The city's mission is to provide optimum service levels to the public as cost-effective as possible, to ensure a stable and thriving economy, promote a healthy community, provide a safe environment, a quality lifestyle, of maximum participation in government. And before I continue, let me say, the Wi-Fi here is not really good, so it may not this call. And if it does, Crystal will take over. And my values, as you've all heard me say time, is teamwork, credibility,
Can't hear her.
forward thinking, accountability, excellent service, initiative, independence. And the first goal, share vision, values to the staff and community, continued continuity.
Madam Mayor, may I interrupt? This is Stu Graham.
Yes,
We're getting about every other word from you. Would it be all right if Crystal continued? Because I'm not able to hear complete sentences when you're speaking.
okay,
I thought Alaska was the only place with connectivity issues, but I guess Georgia does too. So the mayor wants to share her vision or mission or values to the staff and to the community to bring continuity to the city. And really that requires us to adapt to new practices and to really engage in the budget process to make that awareness, invest the time to make the budget meaningful, and ensure that the department visions are aligned with the city's. We only have a finite amount of time. So we've listed a couple tools under that strategy to help better implement these practices from an annual strategic planning practice. Encourage the managers, directors, and leaders to really collaborate with their departments to create a story for how they're going to align with the city's priorities and budget, and then really have a culture of collaboration, bringing those silos down and start building bridges. Because what we found in our sessions building this program today is we have a lot more in common than we do differences. And so we need to maximize and use our strengths. Her 3 focuses for how we're going to share that vision is we're going to increase our economic development, to look at some ways to diversify the economy, modernize the cities, policies, procedures, and practices, and then really build a healthy community and a strong workforce. We heard last Friday that we have the workforce. Now we need to bring the opportunities and the jobs, employers here. Her second initiative is a citywide customer service focus. I don't think anybody would argue that the customer is very, very important to her. We need to be customer service focused, and that means implementing some practices that put the customer at the focus, and a culture organized to have them experience positive interaction with the city. So a couple things there is, bring them tools that make it very mobile for them to access our programs and transact, whether they're looking at a zone, a particular part of the city to maybe buy some property, or if they need to apply for sales tax. Really improve the efficiency of our communication channels. Right now we've got landlines, we've got cell phones, we've got chats, we've got Teams, and really how do we organize around all the different communication channels we have, both internally and externally. And you see the other 2 there. The other is to enhance the city's brand and its image. And the third goal and strategy that she is declaring is to connect and work with the communities and organizations, leaders to increase the trade and VOTEC education programs while using our facilities around the city. This is something we continue to hear around the community, that the VOTEC ed programs are really a great bridge for us to either have interns or go into the classroom and teach them about different things we're doing at the city, encourage them to use the Menard Center for training, or the library, or the museum, or different areas throughout the facility, and become really a partner in that VOTEC space, and then work with regional and state leaders to create workforce development success. And that's something that she's really passionate about. So that's the mayor's vision. That's what she wanted us to all work around. And so if you have any questions that she can answer, now would be the time.
Thank you, Crystal. I don't hear any question. Councilmember Graham?
Thank you. So, Madam Mayor, looking at your goal number 3, the strategy to utilize facilities throughout the year, have you been thinking of or trying to find ways to better utilize our park spaces or draw people into our park spaces? We have a lot of great parkland throughout the city, and I'm sure that getting outside would be a great thing to help encourage, people in VOTEC programs.
Yes, Scott and I have worked on utilizing different parks for different things. Wasilla High School uses the act around Bumpus Ball. And speaking with Jason Marble, the principal of Wasilla High School, then we may get some apprentices that would come in the summer and work in the park and stuff. This is going to take a little bit of thought, and I have been thinking about that and talking to different educators about how do we do this. So that's what we're working on, Sue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Are there any other questions for Crystal and the mayor?
Yes. Madam Mayor, through the Deputy Mayor, in your goal number 2, this is Councilman Johnson. In your goal number 2, the initiative for customer service and focused. One of the things that I see that need here in the city is to ensure that the community as a whole knows what the city is doing and the directions that we're taking. And I think this meeting is the first step in a good effort for better communication. But I think that we should put a goal in here to better our communication process. What is happening in our community? Meetings are taking place, and oftentimes we're caught unawares as to what the state is doing or what meetings that we're actually attending. And I think that a means of communicating to our constituency would be better. I mean, I understand, other mayors in past, would put out mayor's reports which would state such things, and maybe the departments should be putting out some sort of an agenda items as to what they are working on some sort of a continuous basis to better communicate the direction that we're moving in the city, rather than just having it be within the headquarters here or in the city council. Thank you.
Right now, I do a mayor's Monday. And in that, I tell what's happening in the city. And later on, we are going to start doing a podcast from Wood. So, I don't know, what else, how else I can communicate with the city. I give reports and I know the different stuff. And I don't know, unless I write a newspaper article next week.
Mayor, if I could, this is Crystal. We have found that there's so many different channels and so many different ways that the public gets their information now. Some attend meetings in person, some go to Facebook, some call on landlines. So I think you bring up a very valid point. How do we target the right communication channel for the audience and make it short enough that they pay attention, and put some kind of strategy behind that communication? We're finding it internally too. There's just innately behaviors that people want to just Teams and they don't want to be on a phone call, so it's really finding that balance to be effective. And so I wrote down here a balance to be effective with the right audience, with the right tool. So thanks for bringing that up.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Crystal. My point is that we cannot solve this point at this issue at this particular meeting, but I think that better communication should be part of the strategy under Goal 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Any other questions for the mayor or Crystal? Councilmember Graham?
Thanks. If I can take a second bite at the apple. Councilmember Johnson, are you referring to perhaps better communication between the administration and the city council? Having departments available for question and answer during council meetings as part of the agenda, as opposed to just being in member comments? Was that part of where you were going?
Madam Mayor, and in answer to your question, Mr. Graham, my comment here was to create a goal and not necessarily create a solution, but I think that there is a need for communication along multiple lines within the city, certainly from the department people to the city council, from the mayor to the city council, from the city council and the mayor to our constituency. I think that we're missing communication links on multiple levels. So that's where I would like to see a goal established to try and better these lines of communication and create a solution to this particular issue so that neither the constituency, the council, or the department heads are caught unawares with thinking as a group. One of the things, going back to your first thing, creating a team member, I'm sort of a football person. Yep. I'm a football person. At the beginning of every play, the teams huddle together to create a communication things. Right now, I feel that our huddles on any level are lacking. So that's the intent of this goal. Does that answer your question, Mr. Graham?
It does, thank you, sir.
Okay, any other questions for Crystal, the mayor? None, we'll go on to the next presentation. City Clerk? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. I'm going to come around.
Okay.
And so I will also, it's interesting to be on this side of the table. Yeah, thank you. The tables have turned. Please state your name. So, Jamie Newman, City Clerk. My vision statement for the City Clerk's office is trusted service through compliance, consistency, and innovation by investing in internal and external partnerships that deliver superior customer service. And I'd like to think that we do that, and we will continue to do that. So annually, as part of my evaluation process, I meet with the City Council. You know this is a goal we've had for some time, so this is not going to be new to you, but it's going to expand the records management program to incorporate electronic records management, whether that be conversion of paper records to digital records when it makes sense, email management, so that whole scope there. We're going to develop and implement a plan to manage electronic records from creation to final disposition through partnerships with IT, our data owners, and our record coordinators. Likely, as I develop this plan, I will be coming to you and requesting some consulting dollars. We are going to build partnerships with primarily our internal customers. And then with the use of technology, we'll figure out what system we want to deploy. We'll look at record sets. We'll determine the life cycle of the record. So kind of the industry standard is if a record has longer than a 5-year retention, it may make sense to digitize it, get rid of the paper, and then have it electronically. If it has less than a 5-year retention period, likely not. If it originates in paper, we'll likely keep it in its native format paper because we're cycling through that. One thing, we do a really good job here at the city of managing our paper records. We don't have a formal email management system, and that's really critical as email management is the leading piece of evidence requested in civil trials today. The informality of email and the careless communication can pose significant legal risks. So I really would like to get a handle on that. Management by volume, which is kind of what we do in terms of our electronic records, is contrary to records and information governance best practices. We really want to retain records and information in accordance with the business and legal value. So you need to look at the record, analyze the record, and then determine what's the legal value, what's the business value. If there is none, then it's transitory. It's a non-record and we need to get rid of it. Decentralized storage of information hinders effective search and retrieval, particularly during public records requests. We do have an obligation to the public. We're a public entity, like it or not. And when records are requested, we have an obligation to produce them effectively and efficiently. Reliance of end users to apply retention and disposition rules results in over-retention. So unless we have a centralized program for folks, likely what ends up happening is folks are going to over-retain records, and then if we enter into a lawsuit, there's a litigation hold, we definitely have risks there. So some of the ways that we're going to carry out the program is we are going to develop pilot programs. We need training. We need to institute cross-system-wide change management. We need partnerships with our data users, our data owners, legal, and IT. And then lastly, support from the mayor and city council in terms of recognizing the value of the program and then supporting it from a financial standpoint. Are there any questions on the records management slide? Slide 101.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. When you talk about data owners, are you talking about the different departments? Is that
Yes,
what
sir.
you're referencing?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. questions? No.
And then you also talked about redundancy of records. I mean, do we have some offsite storage that we deal with for both paper and electronic, or just for electronic?
Thank you, sir. We do have a vital record center, and so those are in paper. So the theory goes a certain percentage of our records have been, whether they live electronically or they live in paper, it doesn't matter the medium. So we reproduce those records, and then we store them over in our vital record center, which right now it's over at the Menard Center. And so those would be vital payroll records, things of that nature. Most of our electronic records today, and IT can correct me if we're wrong, we are now in the cloud. So it's retrieving those, but I'm more concerned about the idea of over-retention and this management by volume, just not paying attention because we're in the cloud and this volume just grows and grows and grows, electronic records. When you have paper records, it's a little bit different because you only have so much limited physical space, so you tend to work and manage that program. And that's where we're at. We do a great job managing paper. So, any other questions? My second goal is to see our services through the eye of the customer. And I think that's so important, especially in government. I think we tend to department-wide, we create silos. We think about our internal processes. So you kind of approach things by what's our, how does it best serve internally? When really, when you think about it, who do we serve? Our number one customer is the public. So I'd like to, at least in the clerk's office, always look at how am I providing services and how is the customer using them and what's really best, what's that balance, what's best for the customer. Strategy is through research, education, and feedback. What are best practices out there? I really appreciate the council always funding our education so we can meet with other clerks, we can see what other municipalities are doing kind of toward that end goal, and then certainly feedback from both our customers, internal and externally. We are going to annually review at least one process or procedure to ensure its relevance. Is it flexible? And is it efficient? And also we need to balance our compliance though with codes and statutes. So sometimes it may look, our processes maybe aren't as quote unquote efficient as they could be, but I'm balancing that with legal compliance issues. We are now providing annual training for our commission secretaries and their supervisors. In the past, this was kind of done informally. We didn't have a formal process for that. And so we're going to, we have our first training session, formal training session with them the end of December. And then annual training for our directors and our managers on city council packet process. How can we improve what goes into the packet? How can we improve those summary statements? We also want to be proactive and train our staff on records requests, public records requests. What is our legal obligation? How soon do you need to respond? What should you redact? What can we legally redact, etc. And then annual training for our city officials on our code of ethics, which is something new to us. I'd like to eventually get to a place where those trainings are videotaped and we have for efficiency, we have a library. So folks that are interested, say we have new council members come on, part of that we can email you a video link. I don't want to ever, one-on-one training is really important, but I think we can expand training libraries. So are there any questions on that?
Member
Madam Mayor, Ms. Newman?
Yes, sir.
In your city clerk's office duties, in looking through what you do, I see that you are doing a very good job of election management. And I think one of the issues that we should think about too in terms of a goal is to see how we can improve our election turnouts. Now, I realize that isn't necessarily your office's job, but you are the central point in managing our elections. And I think this will probably take some thinking within the city as a whole to look as to how to do that. But I think as a goal that we could add here is what I'll call election management, to try and improve the voting turnout that we can get. And again, this is a goal. It is not a situation where we need to bat ideas out, but we could put this out as a goal.
Certainly, I think that all aligns maybe with our communication plan overall, one of the goals. So absolutely, thank you, sir. Anybody else? No? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, next, Public Works.
So Eric Shaw is your new Public Works Director, so he'll be speaking. He's done a great job pulling everything together for being very new on the job, bringing some great suggestions. And one thing I think, as you're talking about communication, I think that this whole exercise is fabulous for transparency, and it's really been a great exercise in just trying to, getting everybody's thoughts on kind of where they can go with their jobs and how they can envision the future. And if we don't envision kind of where we want to go, well, we just never will actually get there. So as they're telling their stories, it will also align with their budgets as those come out in the next month or so. So, great. Thank you.
Good morning. Before I get started, I just want to kind of talk about our process. I've been through strategic plans in other roles, and one of the things I won't be talking about today is the CIP, the Capital Improvement Project. That has its own track. We'll be mobilizing that here, starting with the Planning Commission. We're going to be looking at what we got done this year, what we need to move ahead with. We'll be bringing it to you in that normal fashion. This is kind of a higher look at what Public Works strives to do in the future to meet all of the goals that the City Council has and the rest of my peers. So our vision statement for Public Works is to provide safe, reliable, and efficient services and infrastructure for the City of Wasilla, businesses, residents, and the broader Mat-Su community, because we know that we serve so many of our neighbors that aren't technically within the city limits, but they come to our facilities, they drive our roads every day. Our first goal is to support growth within the city limits and surrounding area with infrastructure resiliency, redundancy, and critical infrastructure expansions, upgrades, replacements, or increased connectivity. Resiliency is a big word right now because of the windstorm in January. So we need to continue to look at our infrastructure and identify not only the ones that are past their useful life, but ones that put us at risk. So our strategy is to build a strategic relationship with agencies and local partners to construct new infrastructure to support growth. We need our wastewater and water revenue to be paired with state programs to address growing needs. We need to revisit our utility rates and structures to finance commercial expansion. And this kind of talks a lot about the ongoing projects that we have with DOT, with our neighbors like Palmer and the Mat-Su Borough. There are a lot of projects, specifically the Couplet project, we've been waiting for years. And it has given us kind of a black eye because we don't want to repave a road when the DOT is going to come in and rebuild it for us, but the road's falling apart. And so your experience in downtown Wasilla is bumps and potholes and inefficient stop signs. And so we really need to strengthen our relationship with DOT in that example to make sure that that project is always on the forefront of their minds, because we desperately need that, and it'll be a huge improvement to the relationship we have with our not only voting city members but also all of the community that comes downtown. We also have a financial interest in that project. We will be expected to provide match. We need to be prepared to do that, and we have infrastructure in the ground that we need to look very closely at, because that will be our opportunity to improve, replace, update. And if we are not strategic in that relationship, we might miss a cost-effective and timely update, change, improvement to those underground facilities. I've thrown some timelines, utility rates and structures we'd like to look at quickly next year sometime, make sure that we're on a replacement schedule for the existing infrastructure, and that anything that we expand to, we can afford to replace in a timely fashion. And at the very least, we're going to need some consultant support to look at what we have, as we have a pretty small crew. Any questions on goal number 1?
Thank you, Rick. So you were talking about our relationship with DOT, and over the years, particularly probably the last 7 or 8 years, DOT has been handing as much to the cities as they can, in their effort to shift the cost, from the state budget to local budgets, and that has, created some issues. But when you talk about
Mayor Ledford has left.
when you talk about the Main Street couplet project or Main Street project, I don't know what its name is now, but when you talk about that Main Street project, I mean, there's repairs that need to be made. DOT is not going to make those, period. That's just not going to happen. I mean, is one of your goals to try and, as part of this goal, to try and identify those things and let DOT know that we are going to step in and take care of our city, or are we going to keep playing ping pong with DOT, saying, no, you need to handle it, and they'll say, no, we need to handle it, and so on and so forth?
Thank you for that question. I think what we need to do is, everything is going to boil down to finances. So we have a strategic plan. We have a CIP plan for repaving, both currently unpaved roads and then trying to keep up with our paved roads maintenance. So we will look at cost-effective opportunities to repair really bad sections without spending money that wouldn't be wise, because it won't live a useful life. If we expect a useful life of 15 years and we spend a bunch of money on a road that's going to be hopefully replaced in 2 years, that may not be the wisest use of city monies. So what I'd like to do is find a happy balance between spot repairs and longevity. So I don't want to go in and overlay an area that can't support an overlay because it's cost effective, but we lose that pavement within a year. So I'd like to have a little bit more depth within our either contractual relationships or within our city streets crew to be able to make 2 or 3 year patches, so that we can balance that cost and the time it takes to repair it, but not, for instance, a very short-term use is cold patch, where we just take bags of bitumen laced gravel and pack it down. Those don't last but a couple weeks in this area, so I don't want to keep throwing good money after bad on some of those. So I'd like to find a way to either, like I said, through contractual relationships with local contractors or within our crew, to be able to identify those sections that need a little long-term love but won't cost the same as a 15-year pavement patch. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, part of it. I guess part of the umbrella I was going for was that we'll just tell DOT that these repairs need to be made and we are willing to make them. Or do you have the relationship with DOT and with the administration to be able to do that, to come to the city council and say, hey, I need $60,000 to repair Main Street, even though it's not our road? Do you have that relationship with DOT where they'd say, yeah, great?
I don't have that relationship yet. That's definitely a relationship I'd like to build.
Great, thank you.
Madam Deputy Mayor?
Any other questions?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Johnson.
Let's see. Just a second. Mr. Schold, in your slide and for Gold 1 in your strategy, it seems like your bullet points are really aimed more or less at water and sewer. You have in your first bullet point under strategy is water and waste, which I understand is a big part of your budget, and then to revisit utility rates, which again I assume is really relating to water and sewer. But your bullet points, although you talked through your relationship with roads and other aspects, it's really not identified as part of your strategy within this particular slide. You sort of alluded to the capital improvement projects, but you didn't really put what the overall goals that you were thinking of in terms of putting together the capital programs that you would be bringing forth. And I was sort of hoping to see that within this kind of a long-range planning for that. So I think as far as a goal, you need to really put, to bring back to the council some sort of a CIP goals. What are we going to do in the next 5 years? Okay. From my particular perspective, I think what we're doing with water and waste, we can see that we're going to need to expand that. I think that's pretty much set forth. You know, in some particular areas in our city where we have marginal water as it is, you know, with some of the businesses that I've talked to are complaining at it that they don't have adequate water pressure. So I think you've got that pretty much handled within this particular goal, but I'd like to see it expanded to the other parts of the public works that we need. I really would like to see us come up with some sort of a plan or a goal that would address how we're going to actually pave all of our streets, how are we going to expand some of the services, you know, to bring forth as far as one of the things on your first slide said safe. I look outside my window every morning at about 7 or 8 o'clock. I see all of the children lining up for the bus at my particular corner. There's no street light there. Cars come, cars go, and this is not part of this isn't just the only place in the city, but I would like to see us have such goals like, let's put street lights for safety for our public schools, for our children. And I don't think I've ever heard that mentioned from anybody at this particular point after serving on the council for 2 years. Where's our street lights for safety for kids boarding school buses? I mean, to me, that's just basic, and we're not getting there. So I would like to see you come up with some sort of a goal to expand out in those particular areas. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Are there any other questions?
All right, so goal number 2 is to provide excellent customer service to Public Works customers. So we want to reduce the process complexity for Public Works programs by internal audits, computer maintenance management software work orders, and streamlining. Progress will be measured by reviewing reports in CitizenServe, MaintainX, and other internal programs to look for time and resource savings, allowing data-driven decisions. Timeline for this is immediately with ongoing audits and streamlining through the planning horizon. And our cost is minimal because it's kind of staff-driven. But the background with this is we have existing programs and we've brought on some new programs to look towards our relationship with our customers. And kind of like Ms. Newman mentioned, we want to provide services to the public that meet their needs, are timely, and are useful for if it's regulatory in nature, or there's going to be information that we need to share both with the council, with the public, and so to have that organized and managed in a way is very important. So any questions on goal number 2? All right.
I have a question, Mr. Shaw. So the borough now has a GIS graphic informational program where borough residents can report potholes and damaged signs and so on and so forth. And at the last Chamber of Commerce meeting, the mayor said for problems in the city, we should report them to the borough. Did I hear that correctly? And do we on our website, through your portal, so to speak, have a link to that trouble reporting?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So at this point, you are able to report problems through the borough website, and we are notified by email. We just signed a collaboration agreement with the borough where we are formulating a way to have our own access into that portal so that we can update the status. Right now, their portal says we'll let the city know if you click within our boundaries. We are working on a way to have limited access to respond to our work orders and to say what status they're in, if they're under work or if they're done, or, you know. So the agreement with the borough that allows us to have that access is brand new. We don't have the login information yet, but we're definitely working on that. And so at the moment, if you use their website, it comes by email to us. You don't see a response in the borough's website because we haven't finished that collaboration.
But if I went to the city's website and I went to Public Works to report a pothole or a street light out or whatever, can I do that from the city's website, or do I have to leave the city's website and go to the borough's website?
You currently have to still use the borough's website.
Thank you.
And goal number 3 is to utilize enterprise asset management to modernize city infrastructure. We intend to utilize several existing and new programs to maintain records for assets and infrastructure to better manage the city's portfolio. Using MaintainX, the Matsu Borough hosted GIS data, internal records, and the broader health of Wasilla infrastructure can be monitored, and project planning can be updated based on funding and community needs. We want to build a comprehensive capital improvement program based on updated master plans, engineering requirements, and future demands on infrastructure such as wastewater, roads, parks, recreation throughout the city. And so this will take the planning horizon and will probably take some consultant support. This kind of speaks to your last question. We want to make sure that we're making data-driven decisions with the data that we're collecting through these existing and new programs. And I'll just speak a little bit about enterprise asset management. So it's a spectrum that leads from the council kind of understanding what we have in our portfolio all the way down to the daily work that our maintenance staff does. And so we build an understanding of everything that we have. We know what lifespan it has, what needs to be replaced, and we build this continuum of data so that policymakers, decision makers can say, we want to head in this direction, and we can back up and say, we know what this infrastructure costs, we know what its lifetime cost is, and help those decisions be made with an understanding of lifespan, costs, maintenance expectations. Our parks are a good example. We want to have good, safe parks, but if we know that we need to maintain a certification for park inspections, that needs to be understood in the beginning. If a new park or a new structure is built, there's going to be lifetime costs associated with those. And so we need to be able to explain that when we're discussing replacement timelines, and that kind of moves into understanding the budget horizon. If we don't want to build a facility that will all of a sudden have major costs stacked on top of themselves within 10 years or something. We want to forecast out as far as possible, just as an example.
Mr. Shaw, I'm familiar with the term MaintainX. Is that a computer program or something that we use?
Yes, sir. It's a new program that's a computer maintenance management software, and so it starts as a work order system with assets in it and allows us to record when we touch or maintain a piece of infrastructure, record the time and the costs associated with it, and it's one of the first steps into building this broader enterprise asset management program.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we will have the Deputy Administrator, Crystal, and she'll be speaking about goals and vision.
Thank you. I just wanted to roll back a little bit. Eric's always keep making sure we're right on track for time, so thank you, Eric. And then I just want to note that DOT has an office over here on 3rd Meridian where they've got a full staff, and that's really, we're seeing some positive results there. They're contacting us, what do you guys need, how can we work together? And so I think that small investment's gonna help us too, to increase that communication and that relationship. I think one of the threads you'll see too is each of us are trying to identify our role and our contribution as clear as we can. My position's been kind of all over the board, so I hope this brings some clarity to it. The vision statement is to increase the City of Wassilla's economic activity and sustainability through the development of comprehensive business development plans and programs, including revenue diversification, legislative analysis on issues that are going to impact the city, solution-focused ideas for large projects, how we get there, and attracting wealth for economic development. So the first one, oops, guess we went backwards. So the first slide you'll have in your packet is to increase economic activity. I don't know what happened to the slide there, but anyway. You have it in your handout. The first one is increase the economic activity, and that requires, you guys have the first one? Okay. I'll give you a copy of it afterwards. The first goal, increasing the economic activity, is marketing and partnering, building those relationships to brand the city as open for business. It's one thing to say you're open for business, it's another thing when you can't deliver. And so this is going to be based on our SEDS, the priorities within our SEDS, and
Deputy Mayor, can I suggest we take a break for just a minute and have that copied so we have it available?
yes.
Oh, do you have a pen?
So we'll take a 5-minute recess at 10:55.
Do you want to kind of change the format so where the questions are after each slide or right at the end? It seems like that should be.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was.
Okay.
There's a good chance that I'll forget, but it's fine.
That's what I was kind of thinking. So.
Can Jamie reset the timer to 30 minutes then? So then we just have a 30 minutes and the person. So it didn't beat the middle?
Yeah, it makes you feel like you're behind.
Yeah, exactly.
So
No.
most of
So-
so our friends group
Well,
is
okay,
kind of
so-
handling purchasing the books and stuff, and we'll be doing that. But if you wanted to
Oh, I
do a
already know,
donation
but I'm
tailored to
hoping
that story walk, it
that
go through their
the
friends
mature
library. So it's
guy-
Wasilla Public or Wasilla Library Association is our friends group.
So I'm
So
hoping-
Jeannie's the president's friends, and she's here quite a bit at city council meetings and stuff. And she would be, if you contact her, she'd let you know exactly how the best way to do that. Right. She just started registration for it.
Recess is order. Calling the meeting back to order. And it is 11:01.
Thank you. I guess my time was going there. Thank you for being patient. Technology is great. Sometimes we have to kind of re-maneuver here. So goal 1, as you'll see in the handout, is to increase economic activity by marketing, partnering, building relationships, and branding the city is open for business, both internally and externally. The CEDS has been a known acronym around here now, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, and that's one of the strategies is to have a blueprint of our long-term plan for economic development. It is truly a long-term plan. It's like the blueprint if you're going to build a house. And the first foundational component is to have a completed strategy that the Economic Development Administration will approve in July with the top 3 priorities. Those top 3 priorities are going to be how we're going to commit to achieving that with metrics and keep the public engaged, the private and public partnership engaged. In other words, we're going to build our frame of our house and then work with regional partners to bring economic development and funding dollars to this region. Those are like individual rooms in a house. They all look a little bit differently on how we use those. And lastly, is to identify, research, and coordinate those economic development activities in conjunction with the mayor and different departments and planning consultants to make sure that we're subdividing. In other words, we're including those topics like the downtown partnership and the airport and wastewater in a conversation that it is an economic driver. When businesses come here, they want to know they can flush your toilet. They want to know they're going to have a workforce. Those are all components of economic development, but it's very hard to communicate effectively if you don't have a comprehensive plan of where you're going. And regardless of who sits in any chair within the building, they can use that blueprint. You can revise it or modify it, but you've got to use a blueprint. The second strategy is to identify those shared services that will attract business to the city. We're seeing that take a lot of, it takes a little bit of time to get those shared service contracts set up, but it does decrease our planning costs. It decreases the amount of time for us to go buy a new application, learn it, and execute on it. We see this in that pothole reporter that you were asking about, Councilmember Graham. We signed a technology partnering agreement with the borough so we can access those tools that will attract business to us, whether it's a pothole or emergency response, and we need real-time data to see where they're at, where it's located, what the risk is. We see that in GIS for mapping. People call, they want to know where's the utilities in proximity to this property. So that's another way that we're going to try to collaborate with the borough to see if we can use some of their mapping tools. And the second is to focus on those programs that do have redundancy and resiliency and they're smart. Because those are terms that the investment investment dollars are following those key terms right now. And we saw that with, we're collaborating with the borough and the school district on this, what they call the tech economy development. And that is where they bring startups to a small group of us, 16 IT startups, and they're sharing with us what it's going to take to attract them here. And redundancy is one of them. They want to make sure that if their connectivity goes down, that we've got a backup for them. So these are different ways that we can build out programs.
So Ms. Nygaard, if I could ask a couple questions on this slide.
Yeah.
Under the first strategy, the second bullet there, it says execute top 3 priorities of the CEDS document. Now,
Yeah.
the CEDS document is being produced by a contractor or consultant, essentially. So is the contractor identifying those top 3 priorities, or is the city identifying those priorities?
So thank you for that question. The contractor is setting the framework in compliance with EDA. So everything we have to ensure we get our plan, and they facilitate the conversations, but we have to bring the public and the private together. We just formed a steering committee that will meet on Monday. We're going to meet once a quarter. And they will bring forward those conversations of where the priority is. So it's really a tool for private and public to craft it together. They want to see 80% private co-authoring with the public.
And,
Yeah.
and that steering committee and the city will determine the top priorities.
Correct. And there's two sets. There's the it's the private-public engagement component, and then there's also the economic statistics that will be part of that plan. So we think that the airport is a great economic driver, and here's the statistics to back that initiative up.
And then on your last strategy there, talking about shared services, the examples that you gave were shared government services. Does this at all reflect any sort of public-private partnerships that the city could benefit from, or?
Well, it could in the way that, say, a new subdivider, or I guess if a new developer came that wanted to have a small business complex with different kinds of businesses that are located there, most of the time they want to be able to go on and show potential tenants, hey, this is where the property is located in Wasilla, and drill down, this is where the utilities are. And so even though we're the public designing the tool, the benefit is the contractor who can use that tool to explain his business proposition.
Great, thank you.
The second one is engage and work with the federal, state, local policy leaders to construct policies and funding options for large capital and community projects. This is really a crucial part of the success that the city's going to have, because we have to have those relationships within not only our congressional leadership, but also with agencies and departments that are going to fund this infrastructure request, whether it's FEMA or that's the State of Alaska Economic Development or Economic Development Administration. We've got to have those relationships in place so we're not putting a grant in front of them that they have no idea who we are. This is really critical. We also are all aware that there is a tremendous amount of federal money coming to all parts of the world or all parts of the nation. So we are going to have to use some kind of technology to monitor not only the grants that are coming out, but also the legislation that's coming forward, how's it going to impact us, and what are some of the threats that we have coming in our area. Also to maintain those relationships with community, consumers, employees, and public interest groups. We saw that at our last Airport Aviation Council meeting. We had a lot of the public come in and just want to talk to us about, what's our plans, how can they be involved, and they know something is going on because they can kind of feel that energy. Ensure that our annual priorities are communicated effectively to the delegation and to our community partners. So making sure the borough understands these are our legislative priority, making sure our senators know that so they don't have to try to guess what we are, because once we submit a request, they have been very good at following it all the way through for us. And then work on special projects as directed by the mayor. The second strategy is to develop some economic development policies that put us out in front of our competition. And that's working in conjunction with the mayor, city council, and administration. An example of that is there are economic zones that you can identify within your city that will allow you to do these tax holidays, is what they call them. And so those kind of policies we can bring forward to the council. You guys can see the cost benefit of them, and then really enacting those as a form of economic development policy. Right now we just say we're going to do economic development. So this really takes it to a different level. Also identify, research, and coordinate the economic development opportunities. There again, as the mayor, department directors, consultants, or agencies, this is a collaborative position. How can we get to the final result? How are we going to make that work? Any questions there?
Crystal?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned our competitors. What would the city's competitors be?
Well, other cities and the borough and Fairbanks and Anchorage Ted Stevens International Airport. Those are all competing for investment dollars. And so we have to show them more than we don't have property tax, that we've got all those tools and that value added proposition. In fact, Palmer calls us friendly competition.
Oh, thank you.
So you mentioned tax holiday, and in most jurisdictions that would be a holiday from property tax for a
Right.
given amount of time. Here in the city, we have no property tax. That's one of our hallmark kind of core values. So any sort of tax holiday would have to be coordinated with the borough. Has the borough shown any desire to work with the city to create these zones where a tax holiday would be a part of the development?
Yes, so I'm glad that you brought that up, because one of the industries that we see recovering after COVID is tourism. And we've been a drive-by or drive-through, but there's a significant bed deficit in this area. And the borough knows, and we know, that someone's gonna have to step forward and bring some of those hotels here. And so that's where a conversation of bed tax may start, or some kind of property tax, but to really design those policies that would benefit both of us and encourage the market to locate here. And they have not, they've not run away from that conversation.
Thank you.
Goal 3 is to continue automating and digitizing the departments. You'll hear a common theme about that, but I just wanted to put it in there as a goal because give you better understanding of how my position is working to centralize information and provide some cost-effective solutions that are customized to departments. We internally are trying to be really smart and mobile and agile and flexible. We have to do that for what the workforce and the customers demand. And so it's really, the first one is to create what we call the enterprise service. Those are a model that we identify an internal tool for. Maybe it starts as a department, but then maybe other departments say, hey, I actually need that tool too. And so we, in collaboration with IT and sometimes HR and sometimes planning, is saying, what's our criteria for a scheduling tool? What's our standard, and how are we going to fund it? And if we fund it today through this department, how are we going to sustainably be able to pay for it in the future? That really brings metrics and kind of this plug and play concept inside the city, so we can not only be more efficient, but we attract talent that's got specific industry experience with these tools that save us on trying to explain to people why we have a certain tool that we use. It also allows us to be a brand of, hey, the city of Wasilla is doing this now. I went over and they're doing this new tool at the Menard Center, but I can use that same tool at the library. So those are what we call enterprise services. Each of the departments have needs. They want solutions. They want to have it align with our current policy. Sometimes we have to go to HR and say, we need to realign this, or like I said, planning, but really find the short and long-term financial mechanisms to modernize our process. And we've seen that HR will be talking about their tool NeoGov, which has helped them with recruitment. IT helped Public Works with this asset management, planning, and code compliance is used in CitiServes. The other component of that strategy is make sure that we're integrating these tools, that they're compatible. We don't have to do a lot of work in converting data or migrating data. If we do, that we can go to IT and say, Steve, we need to do this, can we? And really just get that to be a conversation that we're scaling our technology to meet our needs today. We don't have to have the same tools as Seattle, but we need to have more tools than Chickaloon, right? So we have to scale that. And we have to have, I said, the experience for customers, employees, and investors into the city. Adapting is non-compromisable. I think after COVID, or maybe it was before, we have to be very adaptive to learning these new processes. It's non-compromisable. Just like Public Works was saying, this new asset management, when someone goes out to do a job, they've got to go in and they've got to log all that, and we can see exactly where our inventory's at. And that's really key for just managing. The other thing under automating and digitizing is trying to centralize our marketing collateral, so when people need information about the city, that they can go to one place and they can get the right tool for wherever they're going, for the right audience, to really show the vision, and then strategically using social media and our website to bring value to our external market. It is the future, whether we like social media or not. I can honestly say we have not had a lot of negative comments and stuff from Facebook, so that's good. But we have underutilized it. And part of it is just figuring out how that's gonna fit within communication.
So on the point about the social media and websites, you know, I'm a fairly young guy, but I have noticed throughout my entire life that the government is never on the leading edge of anything. You know, so would it behoove the city to essentially contract all that stuff out to a company that does that for a living and has an incentive to stay on the leading edge?
Yeah, so that's something we're gonna look at in this budget coming forward, is to develop a relationship, probably outsource some kind of framework that would work for us. Because you're exactly right, we have a website right now that's not very friendly. Coming from the private sector, it's like, you just grab a tool, you plug and play, and you go, and you can update your website anytime. Right now, it's pretty analog, and it's not very friendly. So we'll evaluate that. That's a tool right there that the Economic Development Administration will look at. If we say we're gonna update our webpage into being more friendly, we can get funds from there. And the last one, I guess, is my time up, Jamie? Okay. The last one is, it's our goal, and I put this as councils, to develop a culture of forecasting and planning versus reacting. We say every day, I just turned over another rock. And what that means is we have to be able to forecast breakdown, and that comes through planning. And so it takes a lot of energy to forecast. It takes more if you don't plan. And so we're going to try to get out of that reacting mode and use our priorities as kind of the pavement to not have a lot of potholes. So how do we do that? Well, we're going to work with internal departments to build what I call an ecosystem of collaborators. When I first got to the city, everybody was trying to build their own town. And so it takes a lot of energy to forecast. It takes more if you don't plan. And we're going to try to get out of that reacting mode and use our priorities as kind of the pavement to not have a lot of potholes. IT and say, this is what we do that, or we're going to work with internal departments to build what I call an ecosystem of collaborators. The rate of return when I first got in the city, everybody was trying to build their own town. We want to continue that. Use tools to forecast what our needs are today. It takes more you need to talk to Graham. So we're going to try to get out of that reacting mode. What is the current priorities as kind of the pavement to not have a lot of potholes. IT and say, this is how we do that, or we're going to work with industry where to build what I call that has really challenged the rate of return. When I first got in the city, everybody was continue working with. We want to continue, like the airport commission, the planning commission, to make sure that you guys get a report monthly on what's going on with those commissions, and then centralize all of these citywide plans that we have and that we're obligated to update with the timeline for investment. An example is our comp plan that was done in 2010, a water master plan that was done in 2000, a parks and trails that was done in, I think, 1990, maybe early 2000. It's really critical we keep those updated, because when we go to FEMA and we ask FEMA for a utility dollar, the first thing they'll ask us is, do you have an updated blah plan? And we have to say, well, is that Tina, or is that planning that did that? Or Public Works, where's a copy? Why didn't we update it? So we need to really forecast and give you an idea of, these are the plans we're gonna have to update if we wanna get funding. Because the agencies wanna know too that we've thought through that stuff. And a lot has changed since 2000 with trails or parks or water. And so that's one of the ways we can centralize our plan and know what that requirement is. And that's it. Any questions?
Any questions for Crystal? Jim?
Crystal, I want to thank you. I think you put together some goals with, that I can see that you actually have some, not going to say the specific doable things, but I think your goals have been well laid out. I wanted to thank you for that. One minor little thing is that I didn't understand on one of your slides was you used on slide number 1 an acronym that I didn't understand, and this is pretty minor. What is SMART? It's the bottom line.
bottom line here.
Smart goal.
Smart, yeah.
Redundant,
Redundant,
resilient,
resilient, and smart.
Yeah,
It's
so
obviously,
we actually just applied for our first SMART grant on Friday. And what that is, it's different agencies that have put out SMART grants that take basic infrastructure like utilities and invest in automating and mapping and allowing them to be smart. One of the things in utilities we're seeing is co-location. So when they're putting a road in, they want to put the fiber in, they want to put the utilities in. And part of that is mapping out all those underground utilities. And so when they say smart, it's integrating technology into traditional infrastructure.
okay, and the grant will be coming from the state, is that it?
Yeah, from the state and then from the feds ultimately. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so SMART is strengthening mobility and revolutionizing transportation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Crystal, in your vision statement, 2 words that jumped out at me immediately were revenue diversification. So here in the city, the vast majority of our funds come through sales tax and the others come through government funding and so on and so forth.
Right.
But when you talk about revenue diversification, you mentioned the bed tax, as a possibility. What other potential revenue streams are you talking about here?
Well, I'm glad you asked that because most people would think that means a tax. But what we wanted to define it as is revenue diversification is receiving money that we would otherwise have to pay out of a 2.5% sales tax like our SEDS. They granted us $70,000, we matched it. So when we can get other mechanisms of funding through these planning efforts, then that is a revenue that comes in that we would otherwise have to try to fund. The same thing when you say bed tax, there's conversations about, what are we getting paid today, what were we getting paid yesterday, and really kind of understand that. But diversification are grants and not always tax. And then some of our strategic partners have approached us about, hey, we're really excited about you doing this redundancy project, and we got this much that we can put forward. And so soliciting that capital conversation, which is a revenue dollar.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, next, she's saying from the library, she's going to introduce him.
Okay, I'll introduce. Zane probably doesn't need introduction, but Zane's going to come up and talk about the library. He's done a lot of work, and it's fun to see. I have to say, having we had the managers together, we had the department heads together, and just to see the collaboration between all of them, and the brainstorming and the sharing, helping each other, it's been really remarkable. So come on up, Zane.
My name is Zane Treesh. I'm the library director for Wasilla Public Library. And let's see. So the vision statement we have for the library currently is to continue to meet the informational and recreational needs of our community patrons. In our library, we have a great facility. We have computers that people use every day to do everything from applying for jobs to benefits, to playing video games, to using our library for printing. A lot of people don't have the basic internet, be able to connect at home or even some business practices. So they can come in, use our facilities in a wide range that helps the economics of our city by these people being able to have a place to come to do that. We also have, I mentioned the recreational needs in our vision statement. The quality of life, when someone's looking to move to an area, either business or just a family, a lot of times what they look at is, safety, your police, your fire safety, but they also look at the library. Some families look at, what kind of programming do they have at the library for their kids? Are their kids going to be able to come and be educated? How is the library maintained? So I think we're doing a good job of doing that. We want to continue doing that and serving the needs of all the patrons in our area, in our community, from one end to the other end of the spectrum. Just looking at some of the goals, I kind of put down the 3 goals as kind of an immediate goal or immediate need, medium, kind of looking out a little bit, and then a longer term goal for those 3. But our first one I put down here, addition of a half-time library helper to assist with the circulation duties such as shelving, pulling, maintaining holds, keeping the library collections the best possible shape for our patrons. The reason for this is we're a busy location. We're the 3rd busiest library based on circulation numbers in the state. So Fairbanks is ahead of us, the next one ahead of us, and they have 2 locations. They have about 60 staff members or so. The one ahead of them, the top circulating library in the state is APL, Anchorage Public Library. They have 5 locations, the main branch or the main location, the 4 branches, and they have about 90 staff for there. We are ahead of Juneau. They have 3 branch locations or 3 locations, and we do more circulation than all 3 of those combined. They have 40 staff. Not to say that we need 40 staff. I'm just here to kind of give a context of what kind of work we're doing at our library. For the last 5 months, we've circulated over 20,000 physical items. So that's a great number. I mean, but that's a lot of items going out and coming back in. Those items, when they come back in, we like to get them up on the shelves in a timely manner. It helps our patrons. It also helps us to find the materials in a timely manner, to be able to pull those. We send a lot of materials around the state. We also receive a lot of materials from around the state as part of our Alaska Library catalog. And so having an additional 20-hour-a-week position would help us to do that more efficiently, but also would our staff, because of the size of our staff, they do a little bit of everything. So we have staff that shelve in addition to cataloging, to being on the desk, whether it's circulation, the book drop, or the reference desk. And so having a library helper that's dedicated to shelving and doing some of those processing helps free up those other staff members that are getting paid a higher salary to be able to do some things such as programming, more of the cataloging and processing, those kind of work. So that's where we're looking at that a library helper position. Going on to kind of ties into goal number 2 is to diversify and increase our programming opportunities for community members of all ages. And right now we have, in my opinion, we have a really good children's programming group, if you will. We do our story times attract anywhere from 60 to almost 100 people, if you count the children and the parents that are with them. And we get lots of participation. We had a bookmark contest for September. We had over 600 kids apply for that contest. So we're already doing a lot of programming in the kids area. We'd like to see it diversified to some of the other areas that we may not be reaching as much. So some more adult programming, maybe some looking at more of the teens, helping out with them, and having that. It kind of ties in with the first one. If we free up staff members to have more time, if we have someone shelving, then they can spend more time doing this program, helping with programming and providing opportunities for the community to meet and gather. That's one of our other places, kind of a meeting place for people to come, feel comfortable. Everybody's welcome in the library, and we just try to serve each other's needs and make it a good place where everybody feels welcome. Our third goal is to expand the library hours on Mondays specifically. Overall, maybe also add hours on Saturday. And I put this as a longer term goal because currently we're open 2 to 6 on Mondays. And that's been the case for a number of years, probably 10 years or more. And that's because of the staffing we have. Because it's necessary for us to staff 4 positions when we're open. We're that busy. We have a staff member in the book drop, getting those 20,000 items checked back in, put where they go, organizing. We have 2 staff that do our circulation desk. Can be very busy. We have 200 to 500 people come through the library each day. And then we also have someone in the reference area or the children's area doing reference work. They answer our phones for us. And all 4 of those positions pretty much are steady. So we have 4 positions that we try to keep someone at those desks anytime we're open to the public. So doing split shifts and things like that it can get complicated. So the reason why I have this goal in here is we'd need, in a longer term view, we need to have probably at least 2 more positions to try to be able to effectively add hours to the staff or to the library, open hours, without risking burnout, not being able to make coverage and those kind of things. To do that, we keep statistics on a lot of things weekly, and so part of the strategy you saw probably for all 3 of them is to any questions the council has about numbers or how we plan on achieving those goals or why it's necessary even, we're happy to provide those. And I believe we have, we have plenty of time here if you want for questions, but I think I try to keep it short and sweet. But any questions for those?
Are you getting to know that I'm going to have questions?
No, I was going to ask a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to ask, saying, how many staff do you have?
We have 10.5 full-time equivalent, and we have the on-call. And I neglected to mention, 6 years ago when the new facility opened, just before they opened, there was 9.5 was the full-time equivalent. Now we're at 10.5 full-time equivalent, and our circulation numbers, I think I did have it, but has gone up 35%. So we, just for context, our last year that we reported to the state for our number of circs was 193,000 items came through the library, which is a 35% increase over 6 years ago in the old location with 1 additional FTE in that time.
And I did try to go to the library on Monday with my little granddaughter, and it was closed. But you're right, there was a lot of people trying to get in. I'm like, I wonder why it's not open until 2. But yeah, so it would be busy on Monday too.
Monday is because we're closed Sunday. Monday we're open from 2 to 6, and people are always trying to get in during that time. But also it compresses. We almost do as much work on that 4-hour time period as we do on a 7.5-hour time period, or
Interruptions.
with people coming in to
Yeah.
get their library fixed or thing. But
Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
Madam Assistant Mayor, Mr. Trish, thank you for your good goals. In your vision statement, you mentioned includes commerce, connectivity, and community. And one of the things that has sort of been on the back of my mind, specifically with the library, is our schools. Are we working through or promoting our libraries or working with our schools to make sure that the school kids understand the resources that are in our library that could possibly offset or augment what is available in the schools?
yes, thank you, Councilman. We have our children's librarian, Sarah Saxton, does school visits regularly at the beginning, throughout the year, and then we also do encourage tours for classes to come in and to see what's available for the students and for the teachers as well. But so we are doing outreach to the schools to let them know that we're there, what kind of resources they have. Our programs, for instance, the bookmark contest that I mentioned that we had in September, that was advertised in the schools, and we had entire schools, actually elementary schools, participate and send in bookmarks for that contest. We have a writing contest in October that just completed. That also is advertised to the schools. So you never can say you're doing enough, but I think we are reaching out to the schools to let them know what we offer.
So as far as a goal, I think that you ought to have a goal to be sort of directed at the community with respect to schools. Not that I'm saying that you're not doing enough now, but I think that just as to keep out in front of both the city and our residents to understand that our library does play or have a partnership with our schools to maintain such a goal would be good. Thank you.
So Zane, there's an organization in the state known as the Alaska Municipal League, and those of us that represent the city at AML travel around, over the years from city to city. And in most cities, the library and museum are kind of co-located, and co-managed, as it were. So if a tourist or a school child or whatever went to the library, there's an option there for them to explore some things that we do at our museum, and some other cities do at their museum as well. What do you think there could be a benefit to try to bring some of the museum functions into the library?
So, this past summer, we had the summer reading program, and part of that program was we helped sponsor an exhibit with the Wasilla Museum for the Children's Illustrators traveling exhibit that was sponsored by the state. So we had some of their exhibit material at the library, and then we also directed people to the museum where they had the rest of the exhibit. And they also, we had library programs that were held at the museum. We're trying to partnership with the museum for, we've had to, because of various reasons, cancel 2 photo identification project events that we'd like to do with the Wasilla Museum. As far as, are you looking at kind of combining the 2 organizationally, or are you looking at more just a partnership between?
I'm not really looking at combining, but a partnership sort of thing where the museum points people towards the library and the library points people towards the museum through, permanent, static facilities there, and also, like you say, through, rotating exhibits, but always having a museum presence at the library.
Certainly we can make it more a conscious effort to make it more permanent. We have been doing some other things with the Alaska Writing Guild, having events at the museum and then bringing them to the library, but certainly we can look to make that more of a, one of the things we get asked is for public displays, for like school kids' art or things like that also could go into the museum. We'd have to look at the space in our library, if there's an area we could have, say, an exhibit area to where the museum could have it there, and they could put their materials there to point people, to let them know what the Wasilla Museum's doing and how we're collaborating with them. Certainly that's something we can do.
I've just seen in other cities that's kind of a successful symbiotic relationship that helps both the the health of the museum and the health of the library. So
Yeah, it's
not that we are short of users,
right. Well, yeah, my background, the position I had before here was with the Anchorage Museum, and there's definitely a lot of stuff I'd like to do with the museum as far as we could have co-host history lectures. Anyway, there's lots of possibilities, but I know Bethany's also has her own things going on at the museum, but yeah, collaboration is certainly welcome.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, Joan.
Joe Miller, Finance Director. I just realized we can ask questions as well. Saying, I'm not sure if you would have this available or if you track it. So the library's set up with 2 self-service checkout desks.
Oh.
Do you know what ratio people are using that self-service versus your staffing? Because I know from the few times when I go there, they're just so welcoming that I migrate towards them instead of using the self-checkout.
So we do have, we have 3 self-checkout machines. One doesn't do the print a receipt, so they usually use the first 2. But we do have the self-checkout machines as far as a ratio of how much people use the it's kind of a personal preference for a lot. Some people only use the self-checkout. They'll wait to use the self-checkout instead of talk to a staff member for whatever reason. I mean, they're more comfortable or they're used to that.
Is that data that we would actually be able to tell from our history or?
We can look at the number of checkouts. Most of it right now would be anecdotally,
Anecdotally, or?
yeah.
Okay.
But just having worked the desk and being in my office, I can see that area, and so it does get well used. Those self-checkout machines. Self-checkout's not an end-all for things, but it does help. definitely reduce some of the burden off of the two at the front desk, the circulation desk.
Yeah, I was just trying to think
sure.
if there was a way to reconfigure or, to migrate people more to the self-service, would that alleviate some pressure off of your front desk to allow for other?
Well, the reason I had the halftime position is mainly to get those items that are checked out back on the shelves. And the self-checkout, if we're encouraging more circulation, or taking away from the staff, but I don't see it as being consistent enough to using the self-checkout to reduce one of the two positions at the front desk because not only are they doing the circulation, they're also helping with our tech, the computers. We have the 20 public computers. The people they ask, they can ask at the front desk is the first place. They can also ask at the reference desk. They're also doing their telephone reference. That's where they do all the library card registrations. I could throw out there, we do 38 to 80 new registrations a week per library cards, so it's busy. We can look at it, but I don't think that's an end-all solution. So,
Yep.
Seeing another question. For goal 3, you said that this might take a while, even a few years. It's a long-range goal. Why would that not be a short-term goal?
I was trying to be I would certainly welcome having additional staffing. I think to do it, it would be at least 2 full-time positions to be able to add hours on Mondays. And I think the halftime library clerk position in my mind took priority over extra hours at this point, but I certainly would not turn down an opportunity to open more hours earlier than later. That's just...
Budget time is coming up. Now's the time to
Right.
get your requests in.
Yes.
Go ahead, Crystal.
Crystal Nygaard, Deputy Director. So when you and I were talking, you were explaining that 80% of the use is coming from outside the city. Palmer had said 70%, 70 to 75% is coming outside the city of Palmer. That seems a lot different than Anchorage and Juneau, where they pretty much just have everybody in the city, or how do we compare like somebody in Anchorage?
So the nature of where our locations, so with the Anchorage Public Library, for instance, municipal library, most of their patrons are going to be naturally within the municipality of Anchorage. Out here, it gets a little more complicated looking at the different jurisdictions that the governments have. In other words, the city of Wasilla officially is slightly less than 10,000 people according to the census, but we serve within about 10 miles of our radius of the library is about 80,000 people. So the majority of those are borough patrons. And then Palmer's in the same situation with their library. They have about 6,000 people officially in their city limits. But we serve, it's a unique mixture for the government entities at how close they are to our location. And so that's why I think we get from from all over the area, which happens to be 3 different jurisdictions.
So Zane, with the kind of explosion of the information age over, particularly the last 20 years, all the pundits, library usage is going to plummet. What you're telling me, or what I'm inferring from what you're saying, is that is not the case here in Wasilla. Is this continued growth of library usage, items being checked out, is that a statewide trend? Is that a local trend? Is that a nationwide trend?
So nationally, it's the decline in print materials, print being checked out. A small decline, but a decline. In Homer, there's a slight decline in the number of physical items being checked out from their location. I think Overall, though, print has not gone away. They keep saying ebooks, we're going to replace it, everything would be you download digital. We do another 70,000 searches digitally, by the way. But print's not dead. It's been told a lot of times it's going to be. So we're circulating 20,000 physical items. I think what drives Wasilla's numbers that kind of go counter to some of the state or national trends is the number of new people coming into the area is part of it. And the other part of it is we have a really good staff and that helps select these materials. They weed the materials that aren't being used. They look for those items that people are interested in and keep track of things. And so when you have a staff doing that, when people come in and find what they're looking for, it naturally drives the numbers higher. I think looking at the trend of people come to the library not just for the materials, I mean that's a big part of it, but they also come to use the computers, to do the printing, the copier, and when they're there, if they see something they like on our new bookshelf, or they're gonna check out materials. But I don't see us, at least in the 10 to 15 year range, or I think one of the quotes was that the area is projected to grow by 2050, 35% in the whole area. I think that kind of growth, even if you're looking at the trend per capita going down, people checking out, you're still, the volume at the library is going up. That's my take on it. But.
And then on your goal number 2 here, where you talk about diversifying and increasing programming opportunities for community members of all ages. Several years ago, there was a big kerfuffle about some, alternative lifestyle books, the LGBTQ stuff, which was targeting children, particularly, early grade elementary school children at the library, not just our library, but throughout the borough. When you talk about diversifying programming opportunities here, are you talking about, the Anchorage drag queens want to come and put on a show? Is that something that
No, sir.
that you would consider being diversity?
Well, what I'm looking at diversity is our age ranges. So like what I mentioned was our children's program is very popular. We're having lots of programming for them. I was looking at teens and also the adults where we're not serving the community as much. I think our library is looking at reflecting our community on what their needs and wants are. If there was, if something came up that was, I think a library should be welcoming for everybody in the sense that whatever your viewpoint is when you come in, you shouldn't see, the first thing you see shouldn't be a display that is going to drive you out of the building, regardless of what your viewpoint is. And so if someone were to come, we try to be as welcoming as possible, so we also try to be, and part of that is being as neutral. I hate to put it that way, but neutral so so everybody feels welcome there. I think where, in my opinion, where some places in my profession may have gone very far to one way or another, but particularly where they are not necessarily seeing the needs of their immediate constituents, or patrons, but trying to move something that they think is right and not necessarily just serving the informational needs of their public. Does that?
Yep, that's right on point. Thank you.
Want a break? Any other questions? Do we want a break?
Yeah, we have lunch. Lunch is served. So if we go back there, there's a sandwich bar.
Oh, okay, well, lunch is served, so we will reconvene.
So we are, let's see here, noon. So I think we planned on a working lunch, so why don't we take a 10-minute recess and then come back and we'll start off.
Back in session at 12:02 p.m. Next is,
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I don't know if you need me to do this, but I'll just do it. All right. Okay, great conversation with the library and wonderful questions, so thank you for that engagement. Next, we will have Jamie Herbert. She's your HR manager, and she'll give you her update on the goals for HR.
Hello, I'm Jamie Herbert, HR manager for the city of Wasilla. Excuse me, I have a cold, so if you need me to speak up, just let me know. So human resources has completely shifted the vision of what we are doing internally for our employees and for the city of Wasilla as a whole. When you guys approve, I want to thank the council for approving the upgraded of the positions for the HR manager and the HR specialist, because it's completely transformed the way HR is seen and ran in the city limits, or in the city of Wasilla. One of the things HR has not been able to do in the past is be a strategic partner and to be able to work with our department heads in a way that moves the city forward and moves departments with their people, and by the transformation of how we're going to be hiring the HR specialists coming up. It's an open position at the moment. We now have the latitude to still build our workforce and give the quality service that we've been able to provide with the experience behind it. So the vision statement that was created, that I created, was the Human Resource Department will be the model for compassionate, responsive, and customer-focused service. The department will be postured to inform, collaborate, and coach management with a strategic approach to enhance recruitment, retainment, and training of employees to facilitate the achievement of the city of Wasilla's goals and initiatives. And one of the things that we pride ourselves in is to do just that. We are there to be a resource for our managers. We're not there to dictate what they do, but to ensure that the employees are heard when we have concerns, and ensure our managers have the support when needed, as well as building the recruitment around their needs for their department versus let's get a seat in, or person in the seat. So one of the big initiatives that we had when we first came on was our recruitment and retention, and looking at it as a whole. So when we came into the city of Wasilla, there was some trust that we needed to build with our department heads to not only give them the vision or the idea that we were competent, but to win our employees over, to allow them to feel comfortable with coming into the HR department, to know that their situations were going to be handled with care, confidentiality, and approachability. So one of the big things that we want to do is to create a supervisor manual for the management team, so that when they come into the city of Wasilla, there's kind of like a blueprint. We've had a lot of changeover with our with our department heads in the last couple of years, and with that came a lot of institutional knowledge that was gone. And so with that, we want to make sure that when our department heads if they have to change over due to Title III change when a new mayor's elected, those positions are at will. So we want to make sure that if an incoming mayor decides to change those positions, that they are equipped with the right tools to be able to do the job. Not saying that we have bad directors by any means, but we have to face the reality of what the code allows. We also, what we've realized is we're really building that trust with our managers. We have When I first started, HR was not very welcoming. We were a filing service, unfortunately, and so one of the things was changing that outlook to our employees, to our managers, to help them feel comfortable coming to us with issues that they may have, and to be a resource versus a dictatorship. I don't like that word, but that's the only real word to describe it. I'm just there to make sure that they know that the risk that's involved in their decisions on a daily basis. So we want to create a training for supervisors and managers, because ultimately, if our higher level management team is not appropriately managing their team with compassion and relatability and with their tact, with their approach, we're going to lose people, because 80% of people leave because of a poor manager. So we want to make sure that we're not spending excess dollars on retention problems. So one of the things that we've done is change the recruitment process for our departments. We've really focused hard on our public safety. For the last 10 years, they've been significantly understaffed, and one way we've done that is to really develop questions and work with department heads to develop questions that give them the insight they need to be able to pick the right person who's going to stick around for the role. Because in each profession, there are specific character traits that are required to be successful. So we really did that. The other thing is to make employees feel appreciated through either employee events or appreciation throughout the year. So you may see an increase in our budget this year for that moving forward. HR's budget has inherently been very small, and with the last year's budget, it was a win for us. So again, we appreciated the movement on it, but we still want to increase that. So the other thing that we are going to work with the finance director is on the non-represented pay scales. Those have been status quo for the last 10 years. When positions were created, there was an evaluation done, but what that evaluation looks like, I'm not sure. So we just want to look at each individualized position and compare it to the marketability of that role to ensure that it is aligned properly with our current pay scales, and so that we're getting qualified applicants. We did that with like the IT structure. You'll see that when we went and changed that structure as a whole, it ended up increasing what talent we were able to receive. So being able to strategically look at that as a department versus in a positional will be very beneficial on the non-represented side who doesn't have, we want to avoid having a union too. That's the other thing.
I have some questions here while we're still
Absolutely.
on the first one here. That one of the things that you were just talking about was alignment of represented versus non-represented pay scales. Didn't we just do a big study on that? And is this something on top of that study, or is this implementing results of that study, or?
It's a mixture of both. So we did go through the study, and as you've heard from our library director, you'll hear from our public safety departments. The city of Wasilla is very unique to what we do and what our employees do. If you look at all the cities that were compared in the salary survey, I'm not saying that it was a poorly done salary survey, because by no means was it, but the city of Wasilla has a unique mission in the sense that we do service a higher population of people than we do, than Homer does, or the city of Soldotna. And so when we're looking at those salaries, that salary survey, it's not really reflected. It's not considered, and that's putting more workload on our people. That's changing the way that they do things. MatCom is a perfect example for that. They have multiple types of systems, whereas APD only has one. So we're requiring more of our dispatch centers. We're requiring more of our police officers. We're requiring more of our public works department. but we're not factoring in what that looks like because our population is the same as Homer's. So it's really just seeing what those individualized positions are doing for the city and for our residents, and how does it compare to the marketability around our area.
Okay. And then another question, you talk about retention. And in the civilian world, exit interviews are a huge tool to help determine why people are leaving and determine if there's, a supervision or management issue that needs to be dealt with, or determine if there are company vision problems that need to be dealt with. Do you think we're doing effective exit interviews? Well, number one, are we doing exit interviews? And number two, do you have some goals that you work towards from those exit interviews?
Yes. So essentially, we do an exit interview for those positions that we've seen either a high turnover, we've seen we maybe want to get a bigger pulse on. And so when I get those interviews done, if there is something that I need to talk to that department head, that's what's so valuable about building that trust with my department heads, is that we've been able to open those conversations up in a non-awkward way. And to be honest, we have such a great team that those implementations, or the implementations to fix the root cause of those problems, has happened, and we are seeing success with being able to completely transform the way a department is structured. And are we doing things effectively? And HR really is starting to drive that conversation and bring the department heads into the conversation, whereas you've heard it twice already, silos was a thing. We didn't have that collaboration, and HR is kind of putting those hard conversations that we haven't had in the past in the same room to say, are we doing this right? And how can we fix it for the future? So yes, we have done that, and I actually have a meeting next week about an exit interview that we need to look at a structure to make sure it makes sense.
And then my last question on this slide is, government speaks a different language than does the private sector and does the nonprofit sector and so on and so forth. But I know in finance, the Alaska Government Finance Officers Association is there so that persons like Joan and her staff can collaborate and look at best practices. Is there an organization, government HR directors, or do you work through the Society for Human Resource Managers, or how do you find best practices?
So I have connected with the City of Homer's HR director. I also have relations with the City of Palmer's HR director, and so I kind of interconnect myself with those individuals. I am a part of the Society of Human Resource Managers, but if I'm being completely blunt, coming from a federal level government to the local level government and seeing the outside civilian, the civilian sector, I think the way HR needs to operate in government needs to be transformed to a certain extent, because we're seeing successes by shaking those cages and changing it and doing things a little differently than status quo. And I think that the City of Wasilla is forward thinking in that aspect.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so in the Human Resources Department, we are very manual. We have 2 people in our office, and everything is not electronic. And so it's a very manual process. One of the things that is in our office is employee file maintenance. We have performance management, but we also have the safety and training program. That is very labor intensive, and unfortunate, we have multifaceted other programs, but in terms of saving time, that's one of the things we want to do. We want to be able to save the time on the day-to-day operations so that we can focus more on the building of the infrastructure of our people management. And so one of the things that we are working heavily with finance with is building a employee HRIS system that integrates with our current finance system to allow for electronic timekeeping, employee file maintenance, so that we only have one file where the payroll file is and not two files where payroll holds one and HR holds one. Our supervisors will have access from their location so that those outside entities don't have another file that we're not aware of on accident. So really to streamline what that looks like, allow for our employees to update from their cell phone certain things that don't necessarily need a human being to touch. So we're really trying to streamline what that looks like, and in order for us to do that effectively, we need to work directly with finance, because finance and HR have to have a collaborative effort to ensure that everything works properly. One of the things on the public works side is our safety program. As our departments are getting bigger, our safety program and our OSHA compliancy is growing, and currently HR houses the records, but our program really needs that time and that attention to be able to spend on those questions and to do the OSHA compliancy. And it's really on the backs of our supervisors at the Public Works Department level. And so when we lose employees that are long-term employees, we're going to lose that institutional knowledge on the safety front. So building a system that kind of keeps track, so that if we do get a new supervisor in those really important roles in our roads department or our parks and rec, that they have those tools readily at their fingertips. So that is really important to me and to our supervisors, because on our public works side especially, I mean on our public safety of course, but our public works side, they run their life around OSHA. So to be able to provide that is important. It's important for our city, and I think if not another position, that would at least give us the idea of whether we need the additional resources or not for safety and training. So then with that, we'll be able to, and once we're less paper-based, more electronic-based, we'll be able to provide all of the data to drive that decision-making, to really hone in on what does the council need to see number-wise? Why are we not retaining our people? What do those numbers look like? So really, it would make our life easier to be able to give that data to you in a very meaningful way, so that when the Public Works Department asks for a position, you're not getting just we need a new position. You're getting what you did with our Parks Department. You're getting those numbers. You're getting the stats. And that's what HR does. We work with our departments to ensure that the information that they're providing for those statistics is going to be of value to not only our residents, but to our city council to make impact. Any questions on this one?
Deputy Mayor? Ms. Herbert? Did I pronounce that right?
You did.
Okay. So in your slide, for electronic processing then, you said collaborate with finance. Now, do we have like an electronic pay, or are we still at a time card that you fill in or punch, or what are we doing on that? And is that your particular department, or is that fall under finance?
So for electronic time, we do not have electronic timekeeping. Currently, we are paper-based. So our payroll clerk does it all manually, every payroll. Very labor-intensive.
Is that through HR?
HR does the original payroll updates. So if we're going to update addresses, if we're updating pay rates. So take for instance, and it won't change the idea that we have to make updates, right? Of course. But we'll take, for instance, this bargaining contract. What it ended up taking to be able to implement those changes for every single officer and dispatcher was sometimes some of them got 3 status change forms just to verify that their pay was done, and those were all manually updated, manually created, printed out, signed 3 times, updated in the system, then it goes to payroll. There's just a lot, and each on the public safety side, their contract is so convoluted and different that they have to put their money in the right buckets, and payroll has to verify, and it's very labor intensive. So the one thing with HR and finance is we really, with Joan being as amazing as she is, we've really built that bridge of conversation to say, how can we do this correctly for not only our employees, but for the city? And how can we do it as cost effectively as possible? So we're looking at a lot of different programs to do that.
So within this goal is to look at a program and work with finance to really resolve that problem. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And the one thing is that, and it's no fault of anybody, but that bridge hasn't necessarily been there. And so now that it is, we're seeing such success with it. We're seeing the redundancy go away. We're seeing what errors that we can make easier for not only our employees that are in those departments, but for how we can externally to our employees, external to the finance and HR world. They're seeing the impact of that too. So it is a slow process because, like everyone says, government runs slow, but we actually are working at light years compared to what could have been. And we're really doing it very thoughtful when we're doing these reviews of these companies that can provide a service to ensure that it's not only assisting our public safety, but it's assisting our public works. And it's not going to cause more work on the employee side that ends up maybe being less work for us, but it doesn't necessarily help.
So then we can expect in the budgeting process possibly a computer program to improve this.
We are really hoping for that, correct. But I do have a meeting with the borough in the middle of December on their safety program to see what they can offer and how they can see if we can kind of piggyback off their system.
That was the first question.
If I may, from a records management standpoint, I think one of the things that administration, Crystal, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're going to try to come together to form some sort of technology steering committee, because we've really got to be, this seems to be today's buzzword, be strategic in the type of technology that we select. What is our obligation? How do we reproduce those records if that system goes away? Just in my career, I've been on green screen, I've been on Lotus Notes, I've been on WordPerfect, I could go on and on. So I love technology, I was one of the first ones we brought forward our iCompass. Some of you hate it, some of you love it, but we need to keep that in mind, and we need to be thoughtful in the programs that we select and what administration chooses to bring forward to council. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Yeah.
Another question? Deputy Mayor?
Go for it.
In your second bullet point here on this slide, coordinate with the Public Works Department Safety to implement a OSHA safety compliance system. I'm not aware of that particular safety program. I am aware that the FAA has a aviation safety action program called ASAP. I'm also aware of a agency here within Alaska called the Medallion Corporation that really deals with safety and safety reporting along with other systems. Is this something along that lines of those two type safety systems?
Similar, yes. So I wanted, because we have everything in paper, our roads department has 30 binders, and our parks department, another 50 binders. So it's not all in one location. It's not all under the brain of the supervisor at the time. So if we have a new supervisor come in, they're going to have to divulge into all those binders manually, see what training's available, what's required. Of OSHA, the OSHA requirements change, and then you may or may not be aware of them, because safety is one of those things that if you don't have a brain for it, you don't have a brain for it, and you have to learn it. And so what I I've found about 3 or 4 systems that I'm looking into further to house all that information in the same location, so that if a new supervisor of the Parks Department comes in, they have all their job safety analysis that are required. They have task lists for how often the training needs to be completed. There's record of it within that module or that system. That's the vision that I would love, because right now it's very hard and very labor intensive.
Thank you.
So Jamie, in the civilian world, or what I like to call the productive world, safety, for an organization falls under HR, and there's usually some specific safety manager, as opposed to having, an additional duty to be safety as well as being the head mechanic, or to be, the OSHA guy, in addition to being the guy who mows the park. Has there been consideration and discussion of kind of centralizing the safety function? And if it were centralized, would your department be the right place to do that?
Personally, I think it would be. We're doing all of the maintenance of it. We're expected to do the maintenance of it at the moment. Honestly, the way I would love a vision of the city in the next 5 years, especially if we continuously add positions that we need to ensure those staff are safe, would be to have a 3rd position housed within HR that is solely focused on the safety and training program for the city of Wasilla. There is more than enough workload for those 2 between the OSHA compliancy meetings, the need of the quarterly safety training plans. But whether that's in the cards, I cannot answer you on that. Do I think that there will be a need? Absolutely. And I would be incorrect if I told you otherwise.
Thank you.
Okay, so one of the other things that we have really started to focus on with my military background, as well as the successes that we have seen in our public safety departments for our military members, is to try to create that bridge between our transitioning service members into public safety and what that looks like. Right now, we are in the process of looking into the Military Skill Bridge Apprenticeship Program. Excuse me, it's more of an on-the-job training program. We are looking at being able to develop a program that kind of umbrellas MATCOM and WPD to give exposure to what public safety is and the underlying, what's under the hood, so to speak. So it wouldn't be like an FTO type program, excuse me, but it would give those transitioning service members an opportunity to come into our departments for up to 6 months prior. We're still looking at time periods. Excuse me, let me, this cold. Hopefully I could gather myself.
Take your time.
Do you want a mint? Would that help?
I might. Sorry.
Apologize.
I knew this was gonna happen at some point.
No need to worry.
My time's slowly dwindling. Thank you. Okay, so Jamie, that mint helped amazingly. Thank you. So one of the things is we want to make sure we're doing it correctly. We don't want military service members to transition and not have a game plan, but get that meaningful work to be able to see if either dispatch or PD is the right world for them. One of I'm sure Mr. Graham, you understand, one of the challenges that military members face is not being able to know what they want to be when they grow up, who they want to be when they grow up, because the military's told them who they want to be when they grow up for so long. In Alaska, there's not that many skill bridge opportunities, and so we really want to hone in on that talent. The military will pay for their wages for that, the entirety of that program, so that won't be a cost to the city. It will be man hours to operate that program, but we're hoping that there's a return on investment of recruits that are eligible. I also speak at the Transition Assistance Program courses as a military member who's transitioned twice and had different experience in both of those transitions, as well as an HR professional. That gives more questions, and I usually do a plug for our public safety department, more so MATCOM, because not many people, I mean, I wouldn't say not many people, but it really depends who's transitioning in the courses. But I've seen a lot of people more interested on the administrative focus versus the police side at this point. So I give them the paperwork to go and do a sit along with MATCOM so that they could see and experience what that job looks like. The other thing that we want to do is to build the partnerships with local organizations and workforce development. So I've worked with the Department of Labor Job Center on speaking in one of their quarterly speaks to all the local companies that need to find employment for individuals. We also worked with Wasilla High School to have the National Honor Society come into the city of Wasilla and volunteer. So they're starting the volunteer with the library, I think MATCOM, or not MATCOM, sorry, Menard Center and our police department, to expose kids to what our city departments are doing and to give them that insight on whether they're excited about something, and maybe it'll spark an interest of some sort. So, and that's it. I guess I can go to questions.
Any questions? No? Stu?
I know you're surprised, but I have one more question here. So in you mentioned your military service. Thank you very much for choosing to serve. But in your time in the military, you know, this revolving door never stops. So transition is a huge thing, and oftentimes in the military, as in government service, I see someone transitions out, and so whoever's next in line, we just move them up, regardless of the training that they've had or the experience or the skill set that they have. Are you discouraging departments from doing that and being more selective about getting the right person in the right seat on the right bus, or?
Absolutely not. We actually, Jim, can we use your example of how we changed your program or your job description to help internal? Okay. So we look at it as, how does the department operate? When we're doing our recruitment, that's one of the pieces that HR plays, is can we do it correctly, whether we have the workforce, the skill set internally or externally? What does that look like? So particularly in Joan's case, we had the controller position open for 4 months, 5-6 months, and our applicant pool was very small. Externally, we had one rock star of a person internally who just so happened to not at that moment have a bachelor's degree, and the job description stated it needed a bachelor's degree. So my question was, is a bachelor's degree legally required? Or a controller, is that an actual requirement that you legally have to hold as a controller? Or are we putting ourselves in a box to not be able to utilize the talent that we have? And Joan's answer was, I don't think so, but we would prefer it. So I said, okay, well, how long does she have for her bachelor's degree? She had less than a year, 6 months, honestly. And I said, okay, well, can we make it a condition of hire, if she is the person, she would have to apply still and go through the process. But if someone is in that pool, and maybe it will open up a whole new group of people that are able to fill that role, can we expect that in the condition of their employment, they have 1 year to finish a bachelor's degree? So if there's a delay, that individual can, keep going or whatnot. And we changed it. We changed it because at that point, it wasn't a legal requirement. We knew we had talent internally that we could tap into, and we knew that there was talent externally that could be, held back by not having a bachelor's degree within less than a year. So we changed it, and that has been one of the best selections that we've had recently for her department. So I would say no, arguably differs. It depends on the situation of that department.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Oh, Joan?
Yeah, and I have a question, but I did want to just kind of interject that the staffing and retention in government, that landscape is changing largely because now, as we see our increasing population of Tier 4 who are defined contribution employees, there's no longer this strong tether to government to fulfill their career. They can now go to the private sector, just like private sector employees have mobility. That's now available to these Tier 4. And so to compare ourselves to other cities only, I don't believe that is relevant for all classes of staffing now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Linda.
Jamie did a great job considering, and she came at 6 this morning to put slides together, so thank you, Jamie, for doing that. Next, you'll hear from Jacob Butcher, who heads up MATCOM. Jacob's long-term employee, and amazing, so smart, and he has a great presentation for you. So.
Good afternoon. Jacob Butcher, Communications Manager for MATCOM Dispatch. So a lot of you are already familiar with the broad scope of services that we provide for a large geographic area of South Central. It was a little bit difficult for me to try to fit MATCOM into strictly the city's 5-year strategic plan. Just due to the fact that, we provide services for Wasilla Police Department and the citizens of the city of Wasilla, but we're also so much bigger than that, whereas we are the primary answering point for a geographic area of about 52,000 square miles all the way out to the Copper River Basin, Wrangell, St. Elias, and all the way to the Canadian border. So as far as progress for the city as MATCOM is concerned, striving to provide public service focused mechanism for municipal and state public safety agencies to carry out the duties of their roles in the safest manner possible. That's our primary goal and our primary concern within MATCOM is the safety of the first responders in the field. Second to that comes the safety and of the citizens that are calling and utilizers of the system. We want to try to improve recruitment and retention. You're going to see that over and over again. We've had vacancies within MATCOM for over 10 years now. Part of that had to do with management changes. We had several chiefs and lieutenants that were cycling through. There was never any consistency or standardization in our hiring processes. And we started to get back on track with that into 2019 into 2020, and then COVID happened and our application pool just completely sunk. We were going 6 to 8 months without applicants coming in. So working with the Human Resources Department on digitizing that sort of process, going live with NeoGov and that sort of thing has helped a lot with our recruitment and our applications that are happening. I want to thank the council for their approval of the WPDEA collective bargaining agreement as well. That brought our entry-level positions and restructuring from the dispatch trainee all the way up to a higher pay grade for hiring applicants straight into the dispatch role. When you look at the advertising that was happening among the dispatch centers, I mean, even the state level dispatchers had starting wages of anywhere from $26 to $28 an hour, and then you had Matt come over there as a dispatch trainee coming in at $23 an hour. So getting that in line, eliminating the dispatch trainee position has increased our advertising wages. So getting our pay and benefits in line to rival our neighboring emergency communication centers. Jamie kind of alluded to the fact that Anchorage Police Department, for example, only has to focus, their dispatchers only have to focus on their police department. The Anchorage Fire Department only has to focus on their fire department. Whereas at MACCOM, being cross-trained in a multidiscipline dispatch center, we not only have to understand our own SOPs within our department, but we have to understand the Wasilla Police Department, Department of Public Safety, the Matsu Borough Fire and EMS. All of our dispatchers and all of our call takers have to understand how all of these players and agencies operate and work, as well as learning the RMS systems for the numerous departments. So whereas each individual agency only has to focus on their bubble, we have to understand and focus on everybody's bubble and know how all of that stuff works together. Vision to seek consistency in emergency services provided to our community through the pursuit of compliance with the National Emergency Number Association 911 call answer and call handling standards. That is a primary goal of any 911 PSAP, is to seek consistency throughout every emergency. It doesn't matter where you are, who you are, you're going to get the same level of service, which is going to be strive to be the highest level of service that we can provide. Over the next 5 years, we're going to continue upgrading systems and infrastructure to improve efficiencies, save costs, and raise the standard for our region. That includes networking with our neighbors to the north, the south, and all the way down to southeast. Was recently selected to co-chair the Governor's State 911 Advisory Board, and that's going to be a board that's focused on improving 911 services and 911 technologies on a statewide level, which has never happened before in the state. I hear silos being referenced, and that's essentially how the state has operated on public safety. Is everybody has their own little silo of their own systems that are all different systems, and there's never been any partnering before or leveraging off of each other to help improve technology and save cost at the same time.
So Jacob,
Yeah.
turn that on, sorry. So with your vision here, you talk about communications. Do we still have dead spots in the city where public safety folks cannot communicate with MACCOM?
There's always going to be technological issues that come and go, ebb and flow. Some of our hurdles that we're dealing with are based off of, I'm assuming you're referring to radio.
Yes.
Radio communications, yeah. So a lot of that has to do with leveraging the Alamar office, and the radio systems that we're utilizing are dependent on essentially a third party, being Alamar, and the technology and infrastructure that they have in place. That's a continually growing piece of infrastructure. There are certain dead spots throughout the city. There are workarounds to that, but there are kind of give and takes to that, where you can improve the direct line of communication with dispatch, but then you're gonna not be able to monitor and hear other agencies' radio channels at the same time. So there's kind of a balance that has to happen, and that happens in coordination between myself, Chief Rapson, and our IT department.
Thank you.
So my primary goal has been and continues to be increasing retention of current employees. I take more of the management approach of I'm there to support my employees. They've got an extremely difficult job, an extremely exhausting and emotionally burnout job. They work long shifts, anywhere from 12 to 16 hours. They can work 7 days a week at times or more. So making their work environment comfortable, making the job that they have to carry out functional and efficient, and trying to remove any speed bumps and roadblocks that they have. Current struggles with retention include shift work. Obviously, we have a 24/7, 365 operation. We have necessary coverage that needs to happen. That can include mandated overtime, forced overtime. Again, the competitive compensation packages with our neighboring agencies, getting our pay scales in line. My goal would be to have an upper end pay and benefits package, which I think we're sitting pretty good right now with the ratification of the most recent CBA. That got us basically in line with our neighboring agencies. My goal would be to have us up on top of that. Lack of scheduling flexibility due to not possessing first responder status. A lot of people don't understand that 911 dispatchers are not recognized at the federal level as first responders. They fall into the administrative clerical job classification. The fallout from that is that we're stuck to a 40-hour work week, so we can't do like a 7 on, 7 off, 12-hour shift model, because anything over 40 hours in a work week needs to be compensated at the overtime rate. Creating opportunities for career progression to hold on to our current employees. The council saw that I brought forth a restructuring of our personnel to include a quality assurance supervisor, some part-time positions, and some additional call taker roles. The idea behind that is that the call takers can be hired at entry level and then have the career progression to move from call taker up to dispatcher, to move on to trainer, to move up to supervisors and quality assurance and that sort of thing. So having different options where people can shift around a little bit within their department. We've also included stipends for furthering education with the emergency number professional certification and the registered public safety leadership program. Those are two very intensive educational aspects through the APCO industry and NENA organization. We're going to continue to pursue federal job reclassification for emergency telecommunicators to become recognized as first responders. There's a big push for that nationwide right now. There's actually a bill that has been introduced by a representative out of California called the 911 Saves Act. MATCOM, me personally, I've taken the steps to set up meetings with our federal representatives and senators to push that. I will also be attending the 911 Goes to Washington NENA event at the end of February, where all across the country 911 professionals go and meet in Washington to talk to our legislators about the needs that we have for funding and for this type of thing. So,
Yeah. If the state were to classify your folks as first responders, would that aid at all in the scheduling thing, or does it have to be at the federal level?
it has to be at the federal level under the OMB office at the federal level. The state could recognize 911 telecommunicators as first responders. There would be several different statute changes that would have to happen with that. For example, Tier 4 retirement. We're on a 30-year retirement program right now, and you'd be extremely hard-pressed to find a 30-year dispatcher anywhere in this country. So getting the benefits that the state recognized first responders, that being firefighters and police officers and corrections officers right now, having 911 telecommunicators thrown into that language for health insurance benefits at 25 years and that sort of thing. There are perks that can be had through the state taking action as well, yeah.
Thank you.
Second goal, aside from retaining our current employees, is fulfilling staffing levels through new hires. Working with city administration to develop, again, the competitive pay and benefits package to bring people in the door. Streamlining the hiring process timeline to produce job offers to qualified applicants in an expedited manner. I go back to when I got hired on over 16 years ago, and I think it was about a 4 to 5 month hiring process for dispatch. Working with human resources, we've been able to bring people in that had job offers out for other neighboring agencies in a matter of 3 to 4 weeks. It all just depends on how you can buckle down and power through it, and how your scheduling lines up for pre-employment testing and that sort of thing. But we've definitely been able to expedite that, and I would like to continue finding efficiencies in that as well. Modernization of city infrastructure. Obviously, 911 and dispatch is a highly technological department. There is always changes happening, and I kind of look at 911 as the public perception of 911 and emergency dispatches. To the average citizen, they watch TV, they watch movies, and they see all this technology of being able to track with satellites and get real-time streaming video and that sort of thing. That's not really what the 911 world is like. So we've got this obligation to try to live up to the public's expectation with a lesser level of technology than what they believe to exist. So we're always progressing on the IT front. One of the goals would be to pursue a co-location in a smart building that meets the needs of future technological and safety requirements. MACOM is right now housed in a pretty old building. I'm not a big fan of the location of the building itself being nestled between the busiest highway in the state and the railroad tracks. There's a lot that could go wrong with the environment around the building that could compromise air intakes and things like that. Aside from that, having a purpose-built facility from the ground up with all the technology pre-wired in for future growth would be advantageous for our center. And then lining with federal requirements for data storage, we have a 7-year retention period for all radio audio and phone call audio, along with all the other records, CAD records and RMS systems and that sort of thing. So that turns into a lot of data that needs to be stored. We're going through an upgrade right now on our voice recorder, for example, and having all of our retained data migrated from one server to the other. They said could take anywhere from 2 to 3 months to fully migrate everything over, running on a continual basis. So always looking for efficiencies and cost-saving measures on data storage as well. So that's all I have.
So Jacob, when you talk about a wireless network with full redundancy, you know, through the Alamar system, I mean, that's kind of a one node system. Are you talking about looking for an alternate emergency backup or something? I'm not sure I understand what doesn't.
That's referring to more of the city network as opposed to emergency communications. So our city network, MACOM being one of the main players in that loop. So our IT department under MACOM is going to have a heavy hand in that, working with the city's IT director.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jacob? Would everyone like to take a little break? Reconvene in like 5 minutes? Okay, thank you. 1:02 p.m.
Okay, our next presenter will be Scott Bell, and Scott's going to talk to you about the Menard Center and also recreational services. So it'll be a lot of great information. And he has a true entrepreneurial spirit, so great, very enterprise.
Good afternoon, Scott Bell, Recreational Services Director. Again, we'll start off with the Menard Sports Center. Just want to let everybody know we're almost 19 years old. March 6th, 2004 was when we officially opened, and that is, I believe, a picture from the very beginning. So it's changed quite a bit since then. So our vision statement is to operate a high-quality, efficient, and welcoming facility while providing a community focal point with multi-use capabilities, excellent customer service, and long-term financial sustainability within the enterprise system. So goal 1 is to develop a capital improvement plan with a 5, 10, and 20-year component, with the strategy being trying to maintain our facility conditions and its appearance. I'd like to have that done here within the next year. So the goal will be to have a 5-year plan approved and funded by you guys so that you can see what we're doing. The past has been $25,000 in equipment replacement and $25,000 in building replacement. So we haven't been really looking forward to the future, and that will be the plan there. Additionally, with the 10 years, have a combination of improvements and a vision lists and replacements, and a 20-year plan that has flexibility, considers growth, market demand. If it's more sports, is it more events? With this, taking consideration life expectancy of all our high traffic areas, new technologies, necessary upgrades, and market comparable amenities. And here'd be an example of what we're trying to build with everything that we think needs some attention. And again, some of this might be 20 years and some may be 50 years, but at least be able to come to you and say, hey, we need to do all the carpets, boom, or all the rubber flooring, so that we kind of know what we need to be spending instead of just kind of capping ourselves and then coming to you guys with one-off projects. So the big picture is to kind of have this plan designated out. So part of strategy, the second part of the strategy for our capital is to project future community needs. And we'll keep researching and comparing other organizations' community facility plans and amenities. For example, Soldotna just passed, got approved for a 42,000 square foot field house. Homer's been working on their recreation facilities, and if there are other future private facilities that could come into play. We'd be looking at all the trends in our sports, which hockey, soccer, football, baseball, softball, rugby, all of which are components that use part of the Menard facilities. Our client base right now is approximately 50% nonprofit organizations, 25% is municipal and government, and 25% is profit businesses. With that, we'll look at our event history, our growth patterns. We're having a lot of requests for bigger facilities, more days. So things are really, 2019 pre-COVID, we were hitting our stride, really doing really well. COVID kind of obviously slowed some things down, but right now we're tracking fast. Things are going actually very well. Then in the big picture, look at a future path. Do we look at a building conversion, expansion, or stay the course? And has already been part of our first part of this is the additional parking that's needed. So we do have the money to grade and gravel the spot that we're looking at, but the next part would be the asphalting and lighting and all that kind of components. Right now, our parking lot today is completely full. We have probably 3,000 people in the building, and it just seems to be a reoccurring situation there.
So Scott, when you say the client base includes about 25%, and it says municipal-government, is that purely municipal, or is that municipal and other government?
It would be anything from school district to the borough wants to use a meeting room to, graduations and, any and all that kind of group. We get state of Alaska organizations that use our facility, things like that.
So that 25% isn't necessarily non-revenue generating. Whereas if the city were to use it, obviously we're not charging the city, we're not sending the city a bill.
Yeah, this is outside of, we said, we have our different departments use our facilities all the time, and that's not a charge. But
is that included in that 25% usage figure there, or?
This is based mostly on anybody that we have kind of on the books that we show payment. They're paying to use a room, paying to use the turf, doing an event or an activity.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, go ahead.
Sir.
So 50% of our business then in the Menard Center is nonprofits renting out our facility, is that correct?
And to define that a little bit, our users. So if we're not saying 50% of our revenue is nonprofit, but 50% of our user base. So for example, the youth hockey is a nonprofit organization. But we also may have in there, a church, different entities like that. So it's not a breakdown of the revenue, it's the breakdown of the client base. So again, just some examples of some of the things that are going on in the state with amenities. Any questions other questions for goal 1? Okay. Goal 2 is financial success in the enterprise system through increased revenues and cost control. So part of our first phase or our strategy for financial stability is to, and we've done some of this already, or it's kind of being fine-tuned, we're implementing a 2-year rolling calendar to lock in more events. We've gone through and did a pricing analysis, of which some of our facility rates had not changed anywhere from 6 to 11 years. So we've implemented that, and what we'll be doing is reviewing that on a every 6-month basis. We're going to be looking at, with the goal of trying to increase our user base by 5%. Advertising opportunities, we're going to be reaching out. We do have some businesses that are inquiring now. We're repackaging all our advertising, so when we get that fully done, we're going to kind of do a big approach on more advertising with kind of the big thing with the Arctic Winter Games and things like that coming, that it'd be a great opportunity to be at the Menard Center. Continue to make our booking permit process easier, which will save us lots of time with the software that we're in now. And continue to review and eliminating our lower performing revenue sources. Strategy B of goal 2 is to increase our revenues through our price analysis and with kind of including inflation. We anticipate generating at least an additional $75,000 from some of those changes that we've made. Continue to focus on advertising opportunities. Look at some grants to expand our senior walk time and to grant through special need walkers, which is a program the Matsu Health Foundation is very excited to support. Attract more event holders and accommodate growth, and consider naming rights. Do we go that next step?
So Scott, if we back up one slide here, eliminate lowest performing revenue sources. I don't see that being consistent with your vision statement, which is to be a community focal point. I mean, not everything is going to produce significant revenue, but it can produce significant community benefit.
An example of this would be, for example, for I think over a 5-year period, there was a huge push for pickleball. And over those 5 years and all the time and energy that we were spending, we had to reset up the pickleball, take it down, put up the nets, do all this kind of stuff. Over a 5-year period, it made less than $800. But it was a big time for our staff trying to, okay, we've got a user that wants pickleball, go set up the court in the middle of all the other things that they were doing. So we're just looking at things like that, you know, we used to do Monday bocce ball. It just wasn't making any revenue. And it takes a significant amount of time, well, not significant. 15-minute setup, 15-minute breakdown, boom, there's 30 minutes of our staff that could be focusing on other stuff. So that's kind of the concept there.
So you're not really looking at eliminating users, you're just looking at eliminating services which are not well used, is that?
Yeah, I think a lot of different programming had been put in place and to make it look like we were doing a lot of things, which is great, but it wasn't getting the population. I mean, we were going one time, we'd go 3.5 months without a single person wanting pickleball. So it's like, all right, let's shift our time because with the amount of things that we do, there are just some things that are just not, the equation doesn't make sense for that time revenue component for us.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a question.
Yes.
So how do you figure out what is the need for the community?
A big part of it is, again, where is our users coming from right now? And that's where a big of it, the bigger picture macro is it sports or is it events or is it programming? So we're seeing a shift in events. So we're kind of stuck right now, for example, if I'm booking out the turf for bocce ball on a regular scheduled basis, which we don't do that anymore, but that 1 hour can eliminate the ability to rent that turf for a whole day's event. So I could lose $3,000 event because of certain programming that may not be, you know, once we put it on the schedule, we don't want to put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off, which kind of had been a history a little bit. So.
Well, it's like at the Grizzly Center right now, the need for basketball is huge, right? And they just recently, just because I'm involved with sports so much, that they've changed it to business orientated only, not really community driven.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so, oh, sorry. So I just don't want to see that happen with the Menard Center.
Yeah. The best way to say it is we're a rental facility, and we want as many organizations to use our facility in as many ways as possible. Our internal programming, which were usually smaller things, were getting in the way of the community-based request and use of our amenities.
Right, so that's what I was saying, like, so how are we getting the community involved? Like, if I want to see women's soccer on Monday night, like, how do I do that? Like, how are you reaching out to the community? Not just by events, by sporting and events. Like,
Right.
where do you put your requests in? Where's this driven?
So if I'm hearing you properly, most of our users are coming to us with their activity and programming that they want to do. So through our rolling calendar, we open up the book so more organizations can look at getting time using our facilities. The Menard Center is not, well, we're in probably phase 2 or 3 of our operations. It would start off as just sports, hockey, soccer, that's all it was. Finances obviously dictated that we had to do things differently, and that's when the event component came in. So now we're the Menard Sports and Event Center. So we're kind of in between. And so right now going forward, we're designed currently to have users want to come and request stuff from us. Now, part of it is us, hey, knowing there's an event in Anchorage, they're unhappy, reach out, let's see if we can get them there. So that's kind of where we've been operating.
So where is the balance from it turning into just an event center, because it draws the money, versus the sports? Like, do you have the balance of, hey, 40% sports, 60% events? Like, is there a breakdown of that?
There isn't a specific breakdown, and that's why we're developing and looking at this, because there's never been any plan. We've just been reactionary to what can get revenue because of the drive as an enterprise to generate revenue. With that, though, again, is how do we get organizations, today again is the Lancer Smith Wrestling Tournament, and we have 1,300 athletes from across the state. So we're reaching out, those groups are bringing in people, expose the facility, hopefully they'll consider using the Menard for their activity, whatever that may be. But we've been on a track right now, how do we get revenue? And right now the balance has been adding events, not individual programming. So that's what we're trying to figure out. The biggest part is how do we go to the future? Do we do something different with the turf field? Do we expand that turf field? And does that become a court? Does that court have the ability to become a conference space? So right now, what we're doing is we're using one tool to do 5 different uses, and we're not doing any one of them very well, because the turf is not full size, so it's not even a facility that can be used for certain sanctioned sporting activities. So that's part of, you'll see, we're talking about the future of how do we look at changing what we are.
Well, I'm excited to see that.
Yep. Let's see. Okay, so here was just a snapshot a little bit of, again, being in the enterprise system. Our 11-year average on expenses has been approximately $1.7 million. That does include capital. And our revenue has been approximately $718,000. This next year, we're looking to, again, stabilize the expenses, but having proper capital improvement in the plan, so that we're not just doing the basics, because we're gonna have a big long laundry list if we don't lay it out right now. Revenues, we've been doing great on our revenues. We're at 851 last year, semi-audited, Joan, yes, noted. And with some of the changes and things we're looking at, I have a goal, hopefully in the next 2 years, to hit $1 million. So that is the plan right there.
So if you were to factor out, on that slide you're just looking at, if you were to factor out capital expenses there, what are the, non-capital expenses? You're at 1.7 million, including capital. Is capital 250 a year? Is capital 100 a year? What?
It's been, generally speaking, that 2 to 250. So for example, there's $250,000 that was designated, that was originally a pavilion that we're now going to use for the parking. So that 250,000 didn't get, that's why you see the dip with the 1.3 is because we didn't get the chance to actually do that project. So approximately about with the Zamboni, for example, is $200,000 in this current budget. So $200,000 is what is kind of been, when you go to the projects, where we've been at.
So about 1.4 to 1.5
is generally operating, yeah.
General operating cost average.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. So this is just a snapshot of kind of fine tuning for our event facility and rental and programming revenue. So that takes out advertising, concessions, and things like that. So you can kind of see our trending there with our events and programming and rentals. Strategy C of our goal is cost savings. So again, remove any trade agreements and clean up some non-beneficial contracts. Keep improving and change our scheduling software that we are working on the next 3 months. Continue our conversion to energy efficiency. We've done the turf and the main arena are 90% LED at this point. So we just got that accomplished in the last couple months. Keep going line by line in our review of our operating budget to find waste and support other departments through ideas, resources, and amenities. Any questions on goal 2?
When you talk about energy efficient operations, you've got electric Zamboni mentioned down here. Are you strictly looking at energy efficiency, or are you looking at cost efficiency as well? I mean, there's a lot of things that say they're energy efficient, but they cost a ton of money to get there.
Right. For example, with the LED lighting, a lot of it had been if a ballast and a light fixture goes out, we were turning it and converting them to LED because it cost us almost the same amount of money. We knew to get the electrical benefit. So as those opportunities had arisen, we did that. Then knowing how much, all the little things that we do in the building, in the end, our compressors drive a huge amount of our electricity. When we're running the ice, our electricity's in the $20,000, $25,000 range. When the ice is out, it goes down. So cost savings with energy efficiency, a lot of it is stuff that we believe that we can quantify, and we're not just doing it to do it. The Zamboni is just a good example of we don't have to do, where we do something like a Zamboni going electric, we don't have the carbon issues with propane and the smell in the facility, things like that. So overall, we're not just doing it to do it. Everything that we're doing has got some financial equation to it that we want to make sure it makes sense. So, answer your question. So goal 3 is create comprehensive facility procedures, operational guidelines, and ongoing staff training. A big part of what we need to do is update our procedures, our policies, emergency procedures, update our hazard JSAs and inspection calendars. So a lot of that's kind of ongoing, but everything kind of has been added, and we're wanting to bring it all together in a nice format and make sure that anybody could go into the facility and know how do they set up a projector, how do they set up the audio system, how do they zam the ice, what's the circle check on the Zamboni, whatever it may be. So a lot of that hasn't necessarily been put in writing, so a huge push is to do just that. Staff training, big component, again, we've talked about retention, is giving people an opportunity to learn a little bit more and keep them certified. But our goal is to get industry training, online access to all the procedures, standardize our equipment training and skills and certifications, develop a plan for each employee, and review our staffing structure and job descriptions to adapt from, oh, there's spelling error, apologize. Adapt from original design to current facility operations. So in summary, capital improvement, have a plan and we're going to execute the plan. We're not going to be afraid to ask to maintain the standards. We believe the future looks bright, so we're going to wear shades. I apologize. Financial success is going to be through revenues, and knowing our numbers, making decisions off of that. Staffing will be success through teamwork. Training and education is going to be a crucial component. And leadership, support the mayor's vision, teamwork with all our departments, and communicate clearly with the city council. Any questions?
So you mentioned before safety a couple slides back. You know, the discussion that you heard with HR talked about a centralized safety manager. Do you think that would be beneficial to your operations if the city had a centralized safety manager?
100%. I would support that all day long.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions?
We'll jump into recreational services. The 30% of the other 30% of my job. So recreational services mission is to inspire active, healthy, and interactive lifestyles using our diverse system of parks, facilities, programs, and people. Goal 1 is to increase park usage. One of our strategies is we did a park passport program just to kind of see how it took off. So our goal now is to take the initial park passport design and take it to the next level, distribute it online via school district before school gets out and through the city buildings. Include information to add plants, trees, wildlife information, add city events and programs, year-round park, as the park passport usually is when it's lovely weather. But we want to try to develop it so it's year-round so that people are using all different parts of the city amenities. Keep it simple and fun for the children. And this is an example of what we put out last year and just kind of a trial. We put out 200. We had 160 that got picked up and used. So we're looking to kind of expand this, get a little bit more creative, and drive some park usage and get the kids out there. Second part of our strategy for increasing our park usage is monthly marketing featuring a different park. So yeah, you can go to the website and you can see our park, but what we'd like to do is we've got a park and rec website that right now we have 3,000 followers, and our goal is to keep increasing that and designate a park with pictures, fun facts, and some history, and just get people to know, because we do know we have lots of different residents and a lot of different people that use our amenities. So we're going to use the concept of introducing our new residents to our amenities, announce improvements, and get people to think of using everything in their backyard first. Any questions on goal 1?
So, sorry. When Danielle was our HR, not HR, was our Public Works Director, I had talked with her about, Newcomb, or the park across the street here, and expanding the community gardens, which has been a 100% usage, 30 years that I've been out here. Would you consider that to fall under this goal that you got here, this increasing park usage? Or would you consider that purely a public works issue?
The way we're kind of structured now, that would be a public works to Park and Rec Commission. I report to Park and Rec Commission. Public Works Supervisor kind of provided information. what they're looking to do, expanding community gardens, improve safety, those kinds of things, that's a public works role. Mine has usually been 4th of July, fireworks, New Year's Eve fireworks. So I've been on the recreational programming side. I do the activities. So if the Park and Rec or community have defined, hey, we want a larger garden, that would be something that would go into, and I'll have that here in a minute, goes into the updating the master plan that would include things like that so that it could be developed through Public Works.
Okay, thank you.
So through programming, our goal, our strategy to improve our programming would be to improve, expand, and create successful community events. Example, our Music in the Park, which has just continued to grow and has had a lot of success. Working with our vendor or our provider for that and make some changes, not just do it the way we've always done it. So we're going to be moving to Saturdays with that program, and that should double our vendor size, get us better bands, and with the time period they're going to be able to do, our goal is to increase different age groups so that, you know, the younger kids are not there at 7, 8 o'clock, the beer garden's going, but they can go and hit the music at 3, 4 o'clock, things like that. So part of that goal is to expand that program. Review existing events and consider how to reach more residents. So we've got our fireworks shows and picnics and parades and cleanup days. And kind of a key to this is getting community members, groups, and organizations involved in volunteering. There had been a volunteer list that pretty much has fizzled out and was used, and we would call people on it, and no one seemed to be available. So right now our biggest challenge in this side is the volunteering. Cleanup days, getting people to man a dumpster is not the most glamorous, but it's important because of all the people cleaning up our city. So we're going to keep trying to come up with creative ways to improve that. So parks now and in the future. So again, strategy will be to provide input for the updating the Park and Trails Master Plan that collaborates with Public Works, Park and Recs Commission, the Mayor, City Council, and community members, which can develop a vision for our parks for the future. And with SCORP, the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, to make sure all the City of Wasilla information is included in that so that people that are in Minnesota and different places know, hey, we go to Wasilla, we can do these things. We're just not a stop at Fred Meyer. Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, okay, to Scott. So under this goal here does this would include, say, the refurbishment of our existing parks? When you say upgrade Park and Trail Master Plan, I mean, it's like Iditarod Park and some of the other parks really could use some refurbishment, if you will. So is that what this goal is intended to meet?
Yes, there's been this existing Park and Trails Master Plan that was established a long time ago. It's gone in and there's been some updates, but my opinion is there's never been the capital side to match the ideas. And this is the Park and Rec Commission, different people have provided community information saying, hey, can we do a larger community garden? Can we do? That gets written into this plan, and that's the concept. Update it to our current situation, look at it for future, and then present it so that they can have what money is needed to make that happen. Because I think listening to the previous council meetings, I know it's what is the plan? You know, we want to know, just don't keep here's a thing we want, here's a thing we want. So working with Public Works, using the commission's recommendations and their history, that is the exact idea for this.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Bell, is a good example, maybe just to equate it, as the time that Play Core, something like that improvement was made without being in the plan. So you're trying to get the plan to drive the improvements.
Yes. You've heard the word silo. One side was doing this, the other side was kind of doing that, or, yeah. And this is just a snapshot of our current wonderful amenities. And a cool drone shot of 4th of July Mayor's Picnic many, many years ago. Any questions?
Surprise, surprise. So I got,
Sorry, sir, we're out of time.
on your recreational services slide, you talk about acreage and you list parks there. Don't we have designated parks in the city, designated park space in the city that has not been developed? I mean, as we move roads around and things, we create these little pockets of dirt, and rather than converting them to private use, trying to sell them off, we just call them parks, but we never really do anything with them. Are you familiar with I mean, do we have several of those still remaining, or have we found ways to turn them into rain gardens or whatever to
That's a Public Works question. Sorry, Eric.
You're good.
I'm not involved in that.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm in the, again, what are we doing in the parks? My role does not include the growth.
All official parks are codified in the code.
Yes. So,
Thank you.
all good. Thank you. Your time.
Thank you, Scott.
Ms. Linda, if Sarah's just going to load another presentation, so,
Okay.
before we invite Jonah.
Okay, great. So Joan will be coming up next after we load the presentation. I think you have handouts as well. She's going to talk about finances and in her new role and all the great suggestions that she has.
Council meeting. Council member wanted to
I'll note it with everybody else's.
display some slides. We had top set up.
What's that?
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
Apparently 6
She said, I was at the beginning.
Before they'll load it.
We'll need a 15-minute.
Well, don't let him see you with the jump drive. Anti-jump.
Joan Miller, Finance Director. So we've heard a lot of plans today. I feel like the weight is a little bit on my shoulders. Anyways, so the mission or the vision statement that I developed for the Finance Department is to be a trusted steward of the city's resources, execute accurate and efficient financial processes, meet our regulatory and fiduciary responsibilities while providing relevant financial information to stakeholders to enable them to be well-informed leaders and decision makers. In the finance community, there is a coined term, both in fact and appearance. And it's my vision that this would both be in fact, and then the way that we deliver it to council, to our departments, our response to customers would also give the appearance of this vision statement. So the first goal is to modernize the way that we conduct business through the use of technology, streamlining, and process improvement. So the first strategy is infrastructure and technological assets. So through the effective and efficient use of modern technology, staff will be able to do their jobs in a high quality, operational, efficient manner. So to kind of give you some idea of what I'm thinking in terms of this strategy, this first strategy, is to expand the use of the city's existing technology. It's not uncommon that businesses are utilizing only a portion of their functionality. We have increased functionality in my tenure here with the city, but there's a few components that we are still either doing outside of our Naviline system that we really need to begin using. One of those we need to look at is the human resource module, and then there's some payroll calculations that we've been doing outside the system that I think between our software support and working with our state regulation on that, we can make those changes. So another one is in conjunction with Public Works, create a water sewer assessment and PILA database. This would be a lofty project, but I think it would, the time is now because of our maturity as a city. And what this would do essentially is every parcel that has, city water or sewer available, is there an assessment? Has there been an assessment on it? And making that available to the public. So right now, the way it works, we get numerous requests from essentially title companies, tax companies. Are there assessments on a particular parcel? We are so manual driven that we've now to train somebody how to be a super sleuther, to go in there and figure out, look at the placards of the cards going back in history, and it's a completely useless waste of time. We just interviewed for a staff accountant position, and actually she'll be joining us here in December, but she worked for Oregon City, Oregon. And in one of our questions about one of her accomplishments that she was most happy about or felt best about, her Oregon City had did just this, and she said it was organizationally changing. Now the title companies, they put out theirs publicly, they could go directly to the database and access it. We were no longer the in-between, and that's huge customer service. So, and we have legacy information leaving us, right, as people retire, because there might be nuances about particular parcels, why we may or may not have them connect to city services. And that's the kind of information we want to document one time in a system, and it resides there in perpetuity, instead of reinventing the wheel every time a request comes in.
Could you expand the PILA database into words?
So PILA is a payment in lieu of assessment. So that's a fee associated with the other costs related to hookup. Then we'd be looking at using some Cognos reports for reoccurring processes. Cognos is a data mining tool, report writer that we currently have. We just need to maximize the use of that. Purchase and integrate electronic timesheet system. And I do believe there were some monies budgeted for this piece in this year's budget. Part of the issue is we were under negotiations with WPDEA. Presumably, any timesheet system we have is going to take some programming to modify to those business requirements. As well, we really want to take a strategic approach on this because public safety utilizes a program called Schedule Anywhere, I believe. And so if we can link Schedule Anywhere with the timesheet system, with our payroll system, that will eliminate a lot of the manual entry for our public safety employees in completing their time requests. Then we need to connect a couple of platforms. So finance uses a program called MuniRevs for its sales tax and business licensing. Planning utilizes a program called Citizen Serve, and as well as code compliance does. We are currently, when we have an issue in business licensing where we need assistance from code compliance, we manually have to take the data from UniRevs and manually enter it into CitizenServe. And that just, in this age, that just can't happen. We are aware that we think with programming, there could be shared data between the two. We also have, we use MuniRevs for our sales tax and business licensing. So does the Alaska Remote Sales Tax Commission. Currently, and this is a decision from our department, we had made the decision to enter all of our returns that we receive from the tax commission at the individual vendor level. Some communities who are a member of the ARSSTC decide to just do it in lump. So if they get 50,000, they enter 50,000 from the tax commission. We believe that this data will provide great trending in the future, but right now that's 1 FTE, 3 days a month to enter that information. And so there needs to be a bridge or an upload feature to remove that manual process. Strategy 2 is really just streamlining and process improvement within our department. This is really just focusing on getting staff to think in terms of efficiency. Where are they doing routine functions that could be through process improvement, be done more efficiently and remove that non-value added functions. Looking at some of the staffing issues that entities are having as far as attracting staffing, we really need to remove our dependency on staffing wherever we can, right? And this is creating templates. We've got some policies that inhibit efficiencies. And then we need to look at alternatives for paper documents and where that might make sense. Sometimes when you go electronically, you're simply shifting the burden. And so we have to be cognizant of that, but it needs to be addressed. My second goal is to seek options to fund our way forward. So strategy 1 is to expand and explore, different funding venues. So the city, in my tenure here, has been great at going right back to the trough that fed it or gave it water. We don't have a great history of branching out into different mechanisms. So this would be getting in the face of some of these state organizations as far as what we need, letting them know what we need, so that when grant opportunities come up, either through the federal or at the state level, they understand what our needs are and reach out. There is software out there that's called consolidator software. So right now when you're looking for a grant, you might have to go to 50 different websites, whoever the grantor agency is that's offering the funding. Consolidator software basically takes all those grants available, puts it into a package, and you're able to sort based on your category and your need. As well, some of these also have a repository of awards that had been previously funded. So you can get some insight into what's an A+ paper and hopefully tailor your grant in a similar successful way. And that would be great, particularly if we don't have a single grant writer where the expertise is all in one place, but yet have different program managers applying, understanding what might win an award is helpful. Explore the value of a lobbyist. I've not had any background or history with regards to a lobbyist prior to coming to the city. I believe in this city may have been wrapping up use of a lobbyist when I arrived back in 2009. I think it's a discussion we should have. It's not saying one way or the other, but perhaps, and I think first we have to figure out wholeheartedly what our list of needs and wants are, because how can you, ask someone to go achieve those if we haven't identified that? So those are one strategy. Strategy 2 is partnership collaboration. You've heard today how we are providing amenities to, at the library, 80% are borough residents. When we increase development here, it increases property values. That increases the property tax base for the Mat-Su Borough. We need to consider all of those and work with those entities that stem to success when we succeed. We need to look at shared services. So this is an example that's always kind of frustrated me is when you want to do business in the city, you need a business license for inside the city, you need one from the Mat-Su Borough and one from the state. That's 3 different places a business has to go. And yet, and we don't police each other's. So it would seem to me that you would have a system where it automatically loads any of the necessary licenses. If you need to do business in Wasilla, you automatically are at the borough and the state level and in one place. And that's kind of the vision of removing some of the redundancies in the way we do business. Ensure that we work well with our other department policies. So an example of this, it's been the initiative of council to pave every road in the city. Yet our land development policies or code does not require a developer who's developed an area, developed a road, platted it, that we've now assumed is not required to pave that road before we assume it. So by virtue of us accepting a gravel road, we've just now accepted a deficit based on our current initiatives. And so there are industry standards would indicate that we should require them to pave. So those are the kinds of things we need to look at and make sure they're aligning with our mission. And again, consider just support of current memorandums. MATCOM is very much an example, doing with DPS, Mat-Su Borough, shared services agreements. It's a great benefit for the city and for our residents. Strategy 3 is capital through community volunteers. I really think there are ways to identify initiatives that the city could propose effectively, both for city-sponsored events and for smaller discretionary programs. Wonderland Park was built by volunteers, as Councilmember Graham noted, and I love the way that it turned out as the community garden. Maybe utilizing open spaces, identifying a need, and then asking our volunteers. I think it's a great way for the community to connect with local government and feel a part of it. Goal 3 is to support a mature and focused, comprehensive, long-term capital and fiscal plan. So really this is where we need to look at comprehensive, actual, or conceptual-based project plans with phased funding approach that is formally reviewed and accepted through the legislative process. So this is an example. So a couple months ago, we brought forth a grant offered through the Matsu Borough to purchase some land for an intermodal facility. It would have been great, according to my vision for this department, if it was already known that it would be affirmed, because we had already in some legislatively formed legislative manner approved that we wanted an intermodal facility. This is our concept, and this is what we expect it to cost, even if it was conceptual based. And that's where I would like us to move. And that would start with looking at what are our current ideas, what does that complete landscape look like, and so we buy into these as in a comprehensive manner, as opposed to a piecemeal, meaning as funding comes available, we approve it, or so we have this roadmap for these big projects initially, and allowing our citizens and council to really rein in on, is this important, is this the direction, is that, based on some level of funding, is that what's a priority for our community? And I think the piecemeal approach just doesn't really get us, the direction, and it really doesn't give citizens and you a time to weigh in on that. We need to look at fee schedules to make sure they align with market and long-term fiscal needs. This is, it's not uncommon that I think the phrase goes, you spend 80% of your time on 20% of your customers. Well, I think we need to create some fairness in that. We need to recognize those things that take a lot of our time and look at compensation when it's appropriate, either through a new fee or an increased fee. But I do think a review of our fee schedules is important. And then the last one there is establish standard for infrastructure maintenance and replacement reserves. So this one's really important, and it's really hard. The concept of having a reserve probably hasn't come up in finance till probably 15 years ago, but most of the infrastructure lasts 50 to 80 years, so we don't know, even the ones that were on the forefront, we won't know for a great while whether they got it right. So, but the fact is, I don't believe it can be cookie cutter spread. I also think that just because it's hard doesn't mean you start somewhere. And I think it goes for all of our assets, even the fact that the Menard Center has general funds that support it. It still needs a reserve, whether supported by general funds, it still needs a reserve identified for its future maintenance or replacement. And like I said, it's really hard because there's not a lot of guidance out there. We don't like to reinvent the wheel, and this is just a wheel that hasn't been invented yet. So but I think we need to start somewhere, and we look at it holistically on the big infrastructure. And I think that's the vision for the moment. So we got a bit to accomplish.
So gentlemen, you talk about reviewing fee schedules. Are you talking about citywide, or are you just talking about your department? What?
Well, I don't think it hurts citywide. Some departments have been better at that than others. I can tell you that finance needs to look at hours, because there's some of the functions that we do, that we carry out, that there is no fee assigned to, or it's just far too low for the amount of labor that people are having to do to accommodate specific customers. And so I would encourage, all departments to look at that. I know, there was some discussion about 6 months ago with WPD regarding their public records request. And one of the comments with a technician had made, well, it only takes me, 5 minutes to pull the request. So should we think about, are you sure we're not overcharging? But we have to remember, we have this, $5 million technology asset that makes it easy for you to pull that data. And that's the piece that, so we have to take a good look at it. It may not be just someone's time, but what system did we have to put in place so that it would only take you 5 minutes to do it? So.
And then when you talk about, infrastructure maintenance and replacement reserves, for the last 10 years or so, we've always been big on, well, even more than that, forward funding when we have these major capital projects, as opposed to bonding, or as opposed to, establishing these sinking funds or whatever. Are you, in the back of your mind, are you thinking that the forward funding approach is something that's unsustainable or not realistic?
So I think forward funding works well if it's a discretionary project, meaning, no one's safety is at harm by not progressing with a project if it's a nice to have. When it comes to levels of safety, if you are looking at deferring it and you having significant cost increases, then those are reasons why you would consider alternate funding other than forward funding. So yes, when it's matters of the critical matters to our citizens, I would be willing to consider an alternate method.
And here in the city, we maintain about a 50 or 60% reserve, and that's kind of earmarked for, in case the bottom falls out of our ability to collect revenue. So you're thinking that in addition to that reserve, we should have a capital reserve? Is that?
So we do. So in 2021, so at the end of each year, we there's the fiscal plan that says you can keep a rainy day fund, basically 60% of your operating expenses, but that the rest of it needs to be committed for capital projects. So we committed roughly $24 million in fiscal year 2021. So that's really, the fund balance that could be available for capital projects. We've got some, so depending on what the landscape looks like for adding additional water flow, that may or may not be sufficient.
And maybe I'm not asking this right, or maybe I don't know what answer I'm looking for. Can we legally, when we have excess reserves, which we do, fairly frequently, can we legally just kind of sweep that into a capital improvements fund without identifying any projects? Is that?
So it's called committed fund balance, so it doesn't actually sit in an account, but what it does do is it prevents us from using it for regular operating expenses, right? And that was sort of the premise behind that fiscal provision. It does allow us to use it for capital projects. At the point at which we had identified specific ones, we would include them in the budget. Does that?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for, thanks. Then you also mentioned using volunteers, I think on strategy 3 on your second goal there, taking advantage of community capital through using volunteers. And one of the things that you mentioned earlier on was the posting of remote seller sales tax information, essentially by hand, using one of your highly trained staff to do that. Is that a program where you could use volunteers, or where you could use, senior citizens at a much lower rate, because it is fairly simple manual labor?
Yeah, so the The issue we have with some of the information in our office, particularly sales tax, is that it is proprietary. So allowing people to see what individual businesses have submitted for revenues, it's a concern of mine in using volunteers for that type of work. Agreed, I've wondered if we could do that, but we do by code have to keep that information proprietary.
Right, I know I volunteer for organizations and I have to sign non-disclosure agreements and things like that. Wouldn't that?
So maybe that's something I could look with HR. I would be completely encouraged and would take that direction if we felt like we had the sufficient level of I guess confidentiality. I think it's a great idea.
And I think if one department, like your department, for example, finds a way to use volunteers, then I think other departments would follow your lead. But, you know, somebody's got to put their neck on the chopping block first, I think. So, thank you.
Sorry, Councilmember Graham, yes, we do have a volunteer form that volunteers who work over 10 hours in a calendar year have to fill out.
Does that include
It does.
non-disclosure? No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Joan.
Deputy Mayor, could I recommend a 10-minute break? I need to get my blood pumping or I'm going to fall asleep.
10 minutes? Yeah. We will reconvene, and it is 2:18.
All right. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying I definitely appreciate the ratification of the contract last week. It is definitely, like I said before, is a move in the right direction. I just wanted to express our thanks to kind of continue to move forward with that. I know that the appreciation from the staff at the PD has been very appreciative, and they're excited about it. So with this, it's actually very encouraging to do this. This is the first time that I have been a part of this, even as a city as a whole, that I can remember that we've done anything with this. The timing on this was extremely perfect. It correlated with a mandatory department meeting that I was working on about kind of who we are, what we plan on doing, and how we're going to get there. That just conducted with the department on Thursday. So the timing on this was absolutely perfect. What I found out is that during our little practice presentations with this, that I was extremely over time. By a lot of minutes, and that means that there was a lot of things that are very important to me. I was asked politely to shorten that up considerably, and so this is the end result. However, it just shows that we are hitting the highlights of a lot of the important issues. And as we can sit here and tell what our strategic plans for the next 5 years, there's a lot of things that we can digress from. To continue on and digress from those subcategories to other deals to meet our ultimate goal. And hopefully in a very modified presentation that we can kind of touch on the highlights on where I would like to see Wasilla PD go, that we've been neglected for well over 10 years, is in my personal opinion, that we need to get back on track and to be that voice in that department that the community deserves. So. With that, we are in a re-imaging and rebranding time with our department. I'd like to move forward, and it was discouraging when I go back and look at all the information, is that I wasn't able to find a vision statement that was presented from years ago, nor I couldn't find a mission statement. And as any police department, even military, that's the foundation of how we conduct our business. And with that is that our vision statement is in cooperation with the community that we serve. I says, we, the Wasilla Police Department, will work and enhance community relations and build trust through professionalism, accountability, and strong leadership. We will strive to be a premier law enforcement agency by employing a well-trained, highly educated, diverse technical workforce that utilizes purpose-driven technology and effectively balances our resource to meet our mission. And I think that's a very good foundation to build on. With that, is our strategic plan as a PD is I broke it down into three categories, and I could add probably 20 more. Our professionalism, we provide to have professionalism and, excuse me, I'm not a PowerPoint guy. Provide professionalism, organizational excellence, community engagement and partnerships, and the technology development and infrastructure expansion. And those are about the broadest terms that I could use for this presentation to kind of build off of that. To provide that professionalism and organizational excellence, one of the things that I'd like to promote and that I haven't seen is to promote culture of mutual respect within the police department. By that is investing into the current staff that I have, providing that growth and opportunity to build in the thought process that employees are best resources and capitalize on their personal growth and what they want to achieve through the police department. Officer wellness in this day and age is very important to me. I saw the benefit of it. When I first started out, it was expected to, you need to deal with it. Don't say anything about it. This is your expectation. We all have gone through this. We need you to just do your job and be quiet. That's no longer effective, and it's no longer the norm. Not only what I've said before, even in our department meeting, which lasted 2.5 hours to kind of give you a perspective, and I promise I will not do that to you today. Was to build on the spousal support. They're a part of the family too, whether they support the spouses that sign up for this position, and they are just as much as a instrumental part in how we conduct our business on a day-to-day operation. And that's one of the things that we need to move forward, is to understand that we only support the employee, but we also support their family. And with that is to build in that culture within the department, and striving to move forward is to build those programs for not only the employee but for the spouse. Improve the interactions with members of the WPD in the community. I think we have been seeing a good source of that. We have a great social media program that I can say that was not well perceived from a couple administrations ago. We've seen a large outcome with that, and we're going to continue to build on that. And that's one of our plans, is to build out those, not just Facebook, but other platforms that are out there to reach different demographics of people. Continuously build relationships with the greater community to create and expand the future recruiting base. And that goes with the rebranding and reimaging. I'm a firm believer is that everybody know that WPD exists, but they don't know who we are, and they don't know the faces behind the badge. And that's what our plan to move forward with, is that we are part of this community, and people need to see that we are not just an enforcement entity, trying to put their loved ones, to ruin their lifestyles. It's to provide a safe, community, and changing the quality of life. We also provide with that a professionalism to represent the population that the Wasilla Police Department serves. We can get up here and say, we're in a unique situation. We have a little under 10,000 people in the city of Wasilla. But we serve a population base of 115 to 120,000 people in there that all come in here and expect a service, and we're going to maintain that professional and organizational to provide that for them. And one of the most important things is recruit, hire, retain, and promote within the best candidates to serve the Wasilla community. For years we've had, I cannot remember the last time that we have been full in our positions. Some of the plans to move with that, the strategy is to change the way that we look at recruits. I think partnership with the HR, partnership with Jacob Butcher over at MatCom, we are identifying what we have done in the past, and realizing that those things no longer work, and kind of thinking outside the box and how we move forward. One of the things that I mentioned in our city council meeting is that people want to be, they wanted to be recognized for their training and experience. The money aspect of it is a very important component, but it's not the component. And a lot of officers coming in there want to be given the opportunity for growth, and they want to be able to give them the opportunity that their training experience actually means something. Going into a tier 4 retirement, what we've been finding out is that they invest 5 years into a department, and they take the retirement and they move somewhere else. And I want to capitalize on giving them a reason on why to stay, other than taking their retirement to go somewhere else. And those are some of the initiatives that we need to take, and that's what I'm talking about, digressing into numerous different issues and programs and things that we can work on internally as a department to move those things forward. And most importantly is to ensure the department's organizational structure is appropriate to respond to the community needs. I think that is also ever changing. That's demographics based, and right now, we've had a uptick in heroin and fentanyl usage, and it changes our dynamics on how we want to move forward with that. Property crimes are right through the roof, and right now we're 100% a reactive police department. Those things is reaching out to the community and working on programs of saying, hey, listen, we are staffing levels, we are critical, and how do we move forward with addressing these issues that are important to the community and not just certain individuals. And I know that my formatting is a little different, so I do apologize from what you've been seeing. So that's the essence of my goal number 1. Anybody have any questions on that? Goal number 2 is to provide community engagement and partnerships. It's to promote the positive interactions in public during every contact with a great attitude, positivity, and guardian mentality. For a long time there has been, from even what I've incorporated, there has been no community engagement from the WPD side of things. There's been very little involvement with Coffee with the Cop. Has been a tremendous hit. It's working on those community outreach programs. Unfortunately, it's sad to say that I had to learn about Red Ribbon when I was down in Colorado, and that was a DEA task force that targeted drug usage with elementary kids. I asked about National Night Out here when I got back about all these programs that I've come across, and WPD has never been associated with a lot of that. We have plans set in place, budget things that we're going to look at to include those type of community outreach programs that we're going to look at. Special Olympics is a large torch run. We have very little participation in that. That's where we're going to go out and make the community outreach program. Improve external communication, and that kind of goes back and forth of how are we going to improve that, and it's communicating what our intentions are. And to digress a little bit, ended up hired on as a school resource officer down in Douglas County Sheriff's Office, which is just south of Denver metro area, and they had recruited me and to go up there and help them out start out this elementary program. And I was a little reluctant to it because I have my own kids that love them to death, but sometimes I just need a parent timeout. It wasn't until I got in there the amount of impact that I seen that had. Not only did them recognizing that it's okay that a police uniform is in the school, but it was the bonding that I made with the students, the staff, and the parents. It was getting in there and seeing the difference that it makes, not from an enforcement standpoint. It was knowing that, hey, just because you see a police officer in your school does not mean that's a bad thing, especially in this day and age. And that's something that we need to do better at, communicating those efforts of saying, hey, listen, this is what we're going to do, and just because we're in here, unfortunately with this Red Ribbon Week that I come in there, everybody was just like, oh, somebody's in trouble, and they're not used to seeing that. And it was really disheartening to see that we haven't taken the effort as a police department to be a part of that involvement in those kids and to sit down and read to the kids and have those relationships with them to say it's okay and put a face to the badge. Those are some of the strategic plans that I want to move forward with, is bringing them to that personal connection that we have with the community, including the schools. One of the things that is to increase the number of volunteers involved in the Wasilla Police Department programs. The first thing that comes to mind, and when I got back from Colorado, was what have we been doing with reserves and why are we not moving forward with this? And it was very disheartening to see that nobody has taken the effort to do this. Progression, and I'll be the first one to come up here, is that we've been stagnant for years. I was a part of that stagnant for years, and it was we were maintaining, and we were putting a Band-Aid on a cut that was continuing to get bigger and bigger and bigger as the years goes on, and it seemed like the Band-Aid got smaller and smaller and smaller. There was no reason why we haven't been able to do a reserve program, and that's doing those strategic things. Is like that's how we get our recruiting base, and our recruiting and our retention was to reach out to those people that are on the fence about it. And there's a great sense of pride of giving back to your community, and we can provide that to them. It's not putting them into a patrol car and making them say, "Hey, go into that that bank robbery by yourself with multiple armed people so we don't get hurt." No, it's about getting them to be a part of the community, and there's definitely another task that can work on that. We have we've already started implementing our Explorer program. We have that's starting to get kicked off, and we have an officer right now that's reaching out to the kids that are the Explorer posts and starting that process over again. That's how we're going to build the retention, the recruitment, and kind of moving forward. Continue to research the initiative and community-oriented programs to engage the public. That could, rereading that is probably some redundancy to kind of what I was talking about. One of the biggest things I'd like to reach out is that, I hear over and over again that you got local businesses that are coming in here to want to come in. They're waiting on some infrastructure issues that are whatever the case may be, but part of that is that safety is going to be a large concern to them. Are they going to be able to come in here and invest into the city, and do we need to invest in these partnerships? And that's with us as a WPD, or how are we going to invest into those businesses that are wanting to come in? We can provide training for that. We can provide training for, security threat assessments to each building that wants to come in here. And one of the biggest things, unfortunately, in this day and age is provide an active shooter training. We have the facility and we have the officers that are able to do that, and this is going in there and educating and moving forward with the people that are investing into the city is what we want to invest into WPD. Lastly, but not least, and I'm actually doing very well on time, and it's probably from my 15 cups of coffee from flying in from Sicko late last night. So, technology development and infrastructure expansion. It's part of the strategy is to implement new equipment and technology that allows for more efficient police operations. And I'll be safe to say this, is that since I have started here in 2006, we had the creation of our mobile data terminals, which is our in-car computers. Those have been around since the early 1990s, and we attempted to reinvent the wheel when we implemented those. And since then, it's been piecemealed together with no direct plan for multiple years. Coming back from now until, from the time that even from when I was here to the short time that I was here, we have made instrumental steps with Steve and what he has been able to do in the direction that we are going from WPD, and where we need to go is even more challenging. One of the things that I was glad to be a part of was streamlining moving forward with this is streamlining our digital evidence, streamlining software that's with the police department, and it's a fraction of the cost aspect is a fraction compared for the amount of redundancy that we have been doing for having a paper trail. And that includes anything from digitizing or having the software for our FTO program, our Field Training Officer program, to streamlining how are we going to stay up to date on our SOPs, which unfortunately has not been revised in a very long time. How are we going to streamline our digital evidence to make it more user-friendly through the court? And there's stuff out there. This is not a day and the age stuff. It's just we need to get up on a technology plan to move forward with that, and then that's some of the infrastructure that we're looking at. I know one of the biggest contentions is with the body-worn cameras. It's the day and age is where it's coming, and I want to be ahead of it before an incident with ourselves or even in a neighboring agency saying where's the video on this. I can remember when the cassettes, or not the cassettes, the digital evidence was the audio recordings. Video cameras were starting to come out into the patrol cars. that it was very well accepted that the digital evidence through your audio recording was accepted. Then it turned into departments having video cameras in their car. Then it slowly shifted to, well, where's your video evidence? The excuse of saying we're not allowed to have this anymore, or we don't have that because of whatever the reason, was not acceptable through the court. The expectation was that the video cameras were there, that you're supposed to submit this. Now we're gonna get into the expectation is body worn cameras. Why doesn't every department have this? Because the expectation is that it needs to be there. We need to move forward with it. But with that requires a lot of IT. The cameras itself is relatively cheap, but what costs is the retention schedule, and which is more dynamic. Was more dynamic because of the constitutional rights that people have. Are we all right? I don't like my back turned to north. Sorry, that's the, yes. So those are some of the things that we need to move forward with, is being more IT user friendly, and to make it more or less stress on the officers, from our Central Square report writing to, you know, one of the things of having a dedicated information on IT tech specifically for the police department. Improve, expand existing systems or solutions that aid investigations, improve operations, or increase data access to transparency. And that kind of goes hand in hand to the SOPs and the software, and making it more user friendly. Determine technology infrastructure needs for the police department facilities. I touched base on that. And then one of the biggest things is the revised disaster recovery plans for mission critical systems, and create business continuity plans for police department facilities. And this is one of my bigger long-term deal, the more strategic 5-year, or even you could probably even classify underneath the capital improvement plan, was the earthquake in 2018 was a prime example of what we would not like to see as a police department. We have to provide a service. In a case of a natural disaster, we have to provide a service. And I remember clear as day is that I believe at one point the Holiday gas station ran out of gas. One of the biggest long-term things is like how do we self-sustain as a police department to meet those needs? To be like, are we going to be able to have the fuel to go out and do our job? Those are the concerns that I think that hasn't been addressed in a long time, and I think it's to that point where we start need to address those. Like I had said, this is a very condensed version, and I know that maybe, you know, looking for a little bit more specific answers. I was kind of told to broaden it up a little bit, so if you have specific questions, I'd be more than happy to answer what I can.
So Chief, I like your slide on community engagement partnerships, particularly when it comes to use of reserve officers and the police Explorer program. You know, for years, the city council, I mean, this is my 7th year on the council. For years, I think for every year that I've been on the council, one of the goals when we talk to the police department has been to grow, or now that the program is dead, but to restart the reserve officer program, because the reserve officers provide a great service to the city, as well as the city providing a great service to those that want to help. So I'm glad to hear you talk about those two programs there. Is there going to be a funding request for some of that in your upcoming budget? I certainly hope so.
Right now, we are at the beginning stages. Matter of fact, we are towards the end of the beginning stages. I had tasked 2 investigators that are over at the PD that wanted to do this. They are at the closing to give me a game plan and give me a structure and how they'd like to see it. They want to be able to coordinate that. We have a tremendous amount of interest in this. However, you know, for budgetary purposes, I'd love to do all of them. If they all qualify, they're going to go through the same constraints as a new officer would do, just because of the, you know, the potential liability issues and amongst other things. You know, the idea is that we're shooting for 10. You know, it's which is still a very large number.
Yes.
We do have a budget in that. What that's going to entail is how are we going to be able to typically, statistically, you're not going to, we may have 10 that will initially qualify for it, but you may end up with 5 or you may end up with 3 that will finally be with it. And a lot of that is going to be kind of where, when we get done doing the initial screening and the process of that, will give you more in line of kind of what we're looking at since it has been idle for so long. But I do believe that we still have a current line item in that budget right now for the reserve program. That you know, I think getting towards the tail end and how long it takes to develop these things, that I'll have a better idea what our total costs are going to be, and it's going to be revolving to say, I'd be love to have 10 people, but I may not have the budget for that, and I don't know.
And then you also mentioned body cameras. In the past, the council has not been particularly supportive of the idea of body cameras because of the additional cost involved, you know, particularly when it comes to data storage and retrieval. And when we initially looked at it, I mean, it was a 15-minute download at the end of every shift for every officer, but I mean, that has changed. But you mentioned that the courts are now looking for body cameras as evidence, or requiring body cameras as evidence. Are you seeing that here in the state, or is that from your experience?
I have not, and I could tell you honestly, when the conversation was brought up kind of around some national incidences, when some things were going on, it was brought up, as WPD going to do this? And I believe that was around 2017. My initial response was, if the feds want us to have it, then the feds can pay for it. Since then is that the technology, the body cameras were pretty expensive. They were jumping on bat, and anything police related is going to add about another 40% to what it would normally cost anybody else, but just because it's police function, they're going to have that markup on it. It was expensive, and my biggest concern at the time with former Chief Belden is that I don't care about the cameras. It's like we have to have somebody go in there and redact all information. We have constitutional rights that are involved in that. That's where the time and energy is going to come in there. They have programs out, and Steve may be able to answer a little bit better than I can. I can certainly tell you that Amanda Graham with our department would be able to answer a lot better. Is that there's technology out there that makes it a lot more user-friendly to redact that information. Our retention schedule and our storage is going to be our 2 biggest hiccups, and I can't tell you where they come out. It's a lot of that stuff's Greek to me. But since 2017 until now, I'd like to think that they have better storage options at a much cheaper rate.
And do the line officers, the patrol officers, think that body cameras are a good idea, or are they resistant to that?
Police officers in general do not like change, and you know, and it's one of those things where it's any change in their lives of kind of how it is, and even myself included, it takes slow progression with that. I can tell you that there's going to be questions about it. And I would probably been, maybe 2 years ago, I'd have been able to say that I was one of those officers until I had the opportunity to use it down in Colorado where I was required. Colorado was required to have them. And I seen the benefit that it had, and the benefit by far outweighed the negative impact that it had. And it was, the general consensus is that body camera is going to cause a more of a negative. Is it going to be used as a disciplinary action? That's what officers are always concerned about. And the reality of it is that that's not used. Policy and procedures can dictate on how that works. What it does is that it actually acquits a lot of unnecessary complaints and time and energy that I've seen more and more regenerate from the public. Because an officer told them what they didn't want to hear, or something had happened what they didn't want to hear. I've had it happen to me myself, and it was pretty nice to say, it's just like, yeah, that's fine. You know, I mean, every person has a right to make a complaint. But I also know that it's just take a look at the body camera and I'm not worried about it. And I never heard anything more than that. APD is going through some body camera internal stuff right now. I don't know what that is. But one of the things is that I can tell you in the next 5 years, it's definitely leading that way, and I want to get ahead of the game before I'm behind it, or some incident that happens and say, how come you don't have this? So there's definitely some work that needs to be done with it, and just to implement them tomorrow is not going to be the answer. I need to set up beforehand on how are we going to do that. Having a dedicated IT person, the software, I mean, there's some discussions that need to have, and is it going to be a cost benefit to the city, and what are we looking at, and how are we going to move forward with it from here on out?
And I'm assuming you chat with the chief over in Palmer on a fairly regular basis, and they've been using body cameras for a couple years now. Are they having a favorable experience with that?
No, I haven't heard that. My question is that I haven't had a clear indication of some of those concerns that I have. They may have it there, it just hasn't been communicated to me about what are you doing for redacting that information, and maybe they have the personnel over there to already do that. But there's nothing in there to say from the general public to come out and ask for 2 months of somebody's body camera, and then I got to have somebody to redact all that information. And there's got to be some guidelines set up before we implement that to restrict a lot of that, which is based on legal law and everything else that we have to follow. And then it has to coincide with what are we hanging on to with our current retention program.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief Rapson. Through the mayor. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. I do appreciate your comments with the Police Reserve and Explorer program. I think that is definitely the right thing, the right direction in goals and strategies. I also appreciated your, I don't know if it was your program or whose program it was, but it was meet our police officers. I think we met that, I wanted to say Caribou, Starbucks coffee. And those sessions, I think, were really good, and I would like to see those particular kind of programs continued on. As far as body cameras go, I think that is a whole discussion that we'll need to make at a later time, probably into budgeting. And I would look forward to the discussion, although I look at it from a different angle from the perspective of the city. In that when you have those kind of data around, people want to actually see it and sue to see it, and you end up having a whole different set of costs than just the equipment that the city is now exposed to. But again, that's for a different time.
For sure.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for the chief? No? Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. That was great. It reminds me of the trucking industry, and we have highly regulated, and we had electronic logs, we had cameras in our trucks, and though the drivers didn't like it, it was really beneficial for us. Just, you know, my take on all that and the technology, so I get used to it. But so next we'll have Steve Stewart come up and talk about IT, and he's all the fabulous things he's doing, and he tells me he's not going to take very long. He's great.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Steve Stewart, the IT manager here. So the vision statement: increasing connectivity and redundancy for improved efficiencies and agility using modern enterprise equipment and processes. So our first goal is to kind of modernize departmental workflows with IT solutions over the next 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, however long it really takes. And that would be work collaboratively with each department to assess, evaluate, design tools that automate or digitize the workflow while reducing cost and labor. And with that, create a technology committee that others have kind of met it, so we can all kind of share the problems we're having and find solutions to it that IT can help with. If we need to, outsource some of these projects, data migration, and other support services if needed. And collaborate with all departments when evaluating new software platforms to ensure compliance and compatibility. We recently did that with the new Public Works Asset Management and Work Order System. It was mainly for Public Works, and we just got it implemented, and it's already expanded to the Menard Center and possibly other departments. So you can see how quickly new technology can spread. Centralize, standardize, secure, and modernize the IT department over the course of the next 5 years. This is really kind of eliminating all the technical debt in the current city IT infrastructure. It's been almost like a break-fix solution over the past however long the city's had IT. There really hasn't been a central plan or a vision going forward with IT. It's just everything works right now. It's good. Basically, implement centralization of procurement and project management for IT projects and create a life cycle for various components of the infrastructure. So make sure all our hardware, software is up on maintenance and support, things of that nature. Use industry best practice and create policy and procedures. And I'm kind of going with a cloud-first approach. If there's an opportunity to use cloud or hybrid cloud, we're going to go that direction because it lessens the burden on the city infrastructure itself. Create policies and procedures related to security, disaster recovery plans, incident response plans, and implement some sort of security baseline based on the NIST framework or other framework and standards. And then make sure we're complying with CJIS standards for data at PD and MATCOM.
What is CJIS?
Criminal Justice Information Systems. So basically any type of data that falls in that has specific requirements around it and where that data is stored and how it's transferred.
Thank you.
Attractive, yep, go for it.
Stuart, I'm sorry, I'm a little slow here. In terms of data security with respect to, we just heard from our police department with moving data to and from our police cars. Is that, do you have within this goal some sort of a security program protocol for moving that kind of data so that people could not intercept that data?
I mean, it's already like that. I mean, everything's got built-in
It's
encryption.
totally encrypted?
Yeah. I mean, by default, these systems use encryption. Wireless is all encrypted. It's not like it could be intercepted, but we are definitely working on things to make their jobs easier.
Thank you.
And attract and retain talent through direct hire or third-party contractors when specialized skills are needed. It's not worth trying to get training and hire somebody to do a specific project when the project may only take a month or two, so it just makes more sense to hire a specialized contractor to implement the project, do a little training, and then more often running with it. Secure and engage talent. This would include doing things like cloud migration, digitalization, virtualization, cybersecurity, radio camera, and other telecom solutions. So it means more of engaging the employees on, I don't know if I call them fun projects, but projects that are more modern and more employees are looking for those skills. So they don't kind of get burned out on just resetting passwords or putting computers out and stuff like that. So we had one person, we hired one person, they left after they got some pretty good training. And we don't want that to continue to happen, I suppose. So we need to keep the employees engaged and have, quote, fun projects for them to work on. Short and sweet.
Stewart. So, you know, and I think in your first goal you said create life cycle for various components. I'm just sort of curious as what your envision really for this is. Do you envision that we will have a PC life cycle, or do you want to standardize on a specific platform?
Yeah, totally.
I.e. one of the two vendors?
Yeah, we're kind of doing that now, like currently or previously when I started, you know, a lot of the equipment out there, I mean, we still have equipment out there that's 10, almost 15 years old in some cases. There was no life cycle policy to say, all this equipment needed to be replaced in this round, and then this equipment in this next round. It was all just like, buy it, it works, leave it alone until it breaks. We don't want to wait till something breaks. We want to know, like, this product is 8 years old, the maintenance period's over on it, it's end of life, the company doesn't support it anymore. We want to make sure we have a plan to already have that replaced before it reaches that point in time. And that would be PCs, networking gear, server storage. Basically, you know, all IT has a lifespan to it, and companies, they end of life their products. When it reaches X amount of years, they say, you can't call us for support, you can't get a support contract for it. So we need to make sure we don't have that type of equipment in service.
Don't we already have that policy in place? It seems like in the budget process, we
have
that rotating.
We have
cycle.
the tech fund to replace like PCs and servers and stuff like that. And I mean, it's a budget item, but there is no policy or documentation in place of all our assets, when they were purchased, when they need to be replaced by, what support contract they're under. And that's what we need to develop. So we know what's out there and what's, you know, expiring. So I've definitely been doing a lot of research, and I still find random things that I had no idea that existed, and it needs to be replaced or upgraded. So it's definitely a lot to take in. So
Thank you.
Yep.
One follow-on question, please, Mr. Stewart. At least in my industry, we have a real problem with older technology having to be maintained even though the vendor has quit. And I'm going to call it sort of an archival of hardware and capability. We are ending up trying to support equipment that was built off of say Windows NT. And since we can't change the platform, we're stuck maintaining that. Do you have a list or a goal of trying to establish what systems are running on these archivable type systems that you'll end up having to support into perpetuity?
Yes, we don't really have any of those systems that aren't really under support. In that sense, like, we're not fully reliant on something that we have no support for, or, you know, no recourse to find help on. We have nothing in the environment that's like that as far as I know right now. Our enterprise finance system is on an older platform, but it's still supported and you know, so forth, and there's no plans for them to stop supporting it. The rest of our systems are pretty, you know, some of them are modern, some of them are older, but for the most part, nothing out there that's that ancient. So that's a good thing.
Thank you.
And one other question, Mr. Stewart. Do we have, you know, do you think we have sufficient bandwidth here, and are we utilizing it properly? Like, I noticed there's, you know, to run the water station over there, which basically is just to pay for water station, we have a dedicated circuit over there. I mean, do we really need a circuit to do that? Where
So,
you know, when we're paying for bandwidth, it seems like we would want to apply it judiciously where it's needed and not.
So mainly that has to do with security camera systems. So, for instance, the water fill-up station, we do have a circuit there, and it is at 100% capacity 100% of the time because it's running, I don't know how many cameras there are, 12 or so. So really, we're paying for that circuit to support a security camera system. All the water stations have small Metro Ethernet circuits to them, basically to support security camera systems. I've been looking at alternative, cheaper methods like getting internet at the sites instead of paying for dedicated circuits. MTAs, they are what they are. They can't offer what we need at some of these sites, but of course we can pay them to get those services there, but that's what we have to look at. Is that worth it? And I've talked with John, the supervisor of the water towers and so forth on, are these cameras helping? Is $300 a month for a circuit to see a camera at a water station worth it? I don't know. Those are things we have to kind of look at. So we do have a lot of circuits out there. Some are underutilized, some are utilized to their potential, and we have other places that need better circuitry, like between here and MATCOM and the police department, because we want to create an actual, data center and a disaster recovery location. Currently, we have nothing like that. If something happened to one of our sites, it wouldn't be good right now. We don't have a good way to back up data between sites because the circuits are so small. It would take several weeks for the data to go back and forth, and by that time, it's already got to rewrite all the new data. Just doesn't work. You need a little more bandwidth between the sites to have a true disaster recovery location where we could bring up all our services.
I didn't see that in your goals or...
I had a disaster recovery plan in one of the goals,
Okay.
and so that would include all the technical details of how we would implement it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. Stewart? Okay, thank
Cool.
you.
Thank you.
It's not a party favor.
It's always candy.
Something else there for a moment.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, next we will have Bethany talking about the museum, and welcome, Bethany.
All right, I deal with historic stuff, so tech sometimes gets me. My name is Bethany Buckingham Follett. I am the curator of the Wasilla Museum and Visitor Center. We had a name change about 5 years ago. Thank you to council members for joining us today. I know it's been a very long day, so I'll try and make it short. Again, thank you for your continued support of the museum and all of our city departments. I'll gladly take any questions at the end of the presentation. Briefly, just to give you an idea of what the museum does, we have 15 historic buildings that we oversee, over 10,000 objects in our collections. We do events, we do rentals, we do activities, we do special research requests, exhibits creation and install with a staff of 2 and temporary people of maybe 3 in the summer, 1 otherwise. So a very small staff doing a lot of activities that we do. But we are poised to bring forward the city's vision of commerce, community, and connectivity. Today I'm going to share our vision and goals that will integrate the museum into the city departments and create a resilient space for our community. In 2020, we were able to kind of pause and evaluate our position through online surveys, meetings with community members online, in person when we were able to meet, and looking at our resources and opportunities that we have. During this time, we actually developed our own mission, method of mission delivery, vision, values, and culture that we have within our department. And so that is what is moving forward this strategic plan. So the museum vision is that we, the Museum and Visitor Center, will amplify the power of personal stories to enrich our shared experiences, being a home for collections, programs, and staff that reflect and serve the varied experiences of our community, a partner in lifelong learning, allowing people to make connections between history and today's world, an advocate for and steward of our historical resources, a facilitator for compelling, meaningful, and enjoyable learning experiences, and a workplace that attracts, retains, and develops talented people, enabling them to do excellent work, as well as a vibrant social, cultural, and economic center of the community. To do this, how we have also come to this. We want to contribute to the local economy by enhancing the quality of life through connectivity, innovation with our exhibits, buildings, and green spaces, providing a space for events and activities in the downtown area, not necessarily that we have to plan, but that other people can plan in our space. Empowering that citizen participation in government and civic duty through lifelong learning of our history and the city's vision for the future through our archives, exhibits, and events. Building a strong workforce by attracting, developing, and retaining talented and motivated people through education and training. Develop these strategic partnerships with local and regional entities for economic development and funding, including Rotary, the Mat-Su Salmon Basin Partnership, Rasmussen Foundation, as well as many others that are out there. Part of this, driving this, I am a board member and the vice president for Museums Alaska, which is our state organization for all museums around the state. I am also a board member on the Alaska Emergency Managers Association. That coming about because I have now been tapped as the Emergency Public Information Officer for the city of Wasilla. So I am now doing multiple duties in multiple areas, but I think that actually increases our viability as a downtown area. Again, we're looking for innovative ways for the museum to participate with the community, bringing more technology online that helps us do our job better so we can actually do more activities and events. Our first goal is exhibits. Again, most of what we do is based on our exhibits, and if our exhibits are not well maintained, then we can't continue forward. And the goal is us to promote the community and connectivity by installing 1 permanent and 3 temporary exhibits annually with strategic partners to include interactive and digital components, which will increase accessibility of Wasilla's broad history to visitors online and in person beginning in March 2023. Not only do we deal with our local community members, we also deal with those tourism visitors that come through. Statistics have said that 400,000 visitors come through the Mat-Su area, and so we are a stop on those visits. So we want to capitalize on that aspect. With that, we don't want to have these static exhibits that everyone thinks of with museums. We're not these historic old entities anymore. Museums are evolving, they're changing, they're working to be relevant in their communities, and we are doing that as well. Our dynamic exhibits will incorporate the ability to change quickly with information that we learn and information that is included. So instead of waiting 10 years to redo an entire exhibit, we can do it fairly quickly. One of these strategies is to increase accessibility and understanding of our community to all museum patrons and tourists through the region through interactive and online exhibits that are created as well as being archived for future reference. We want to research, develop, and install permanent and temporary exhibits through grant funding and city funding to assist in purchasing collections and supplies that preserve and enhance these exhibits. This funding that we are going to apply for includes state, local, regional, national organizations, including Museums Alaska, Rasmussen Foundation, National Endowment for the Humanities, and National Endowment for the Arts, as well as many others. We want to continue to modernize the process and procedures of our collection. Part of that is to ensure the proper documentation, ownership, copyright verification, condition reporting, photographing, cleaning, care, rehousing, and/or exhibit display, and we hope to do 100 of those annually. That is a conservative number at the moment, but with the staff that we have and everything else we're doing, that's what we feel with the capacity we have, we can do. We want to develop partnerships and sponsorships with local, state, and national organizations to rent and create exhibits that provide an understanding of the larger world story and incorporate our community experience within the larger context of the world story. We were able to do part of this year with an intern that we were able to bring up with ARPA funding. They created the Picturing Wasilla exhibit that she scanned, in 10 weeks, she scanned 500 photographs that we had, researched the copyright on each of those, knew what we owned, what we didn't own, what we need to own, and created an interactive exhibit for community members to come in, help us identify those. Not all 500 at one time, this will be a continuing exhibit, but as well as teaching people about copyright so that when they donate objects to us and these photographs, we can talk about this with them and they know when they give us their pieces, part of that is copyright. We are working with the Matsu Salmon Basin Partnership to create an exhibit dealing with having their videos and their weirs so people can see the salmon coming through. So if you don't get to go out into the community and see that yourself, you do have an opportunity to see it at the museum. We are also working with the State Museum to bring in the Arctic Winter Games exhibit that will be here in 2024 when the Matsu Borough and the Menard host the Arctic Winter Games. So being that integral component. Part of this as well of our exhibits, we were asked to be in the initial cohort for PACO, which is Preserving Alaska's Cultural Organizations. That was a 3-month intensive that we went through emergency preparedness for collections, emergency preparedness for buildings, and it incorporated into other learning that we're doing. So now making sure that our collections are safe, and as we're installing these exhibits, looking at how we can integrate emergency preparedness for our objects. So if a fire happens, a wildfire happens, we can get our objects out safely, and then we can return to business as quickly as possible for that recovery. Our second museum goal is our buildings. We want to promote community connectivity and commerce by upgrading 2 museum and or town site buildings per year beginning in December 2023. And this will facilitate safe usage as a rental facility and small-scale emergency shelter distribution operations center for community members and organizations. And this is through potential funding from BRIC and other FEMA grants, as well as Rasmussen Foundation. We want to provide access to the Dorothy G. Page Center, old museum, and town site buildings for rental spaces based on local fire marshal requirements and the Secretary of the Interior standards, because that building is on the National Register. We want to construct and provide covered areas for outside events, pavilions, exhibits, and displays. This can be done through the Rasmussen funding as well as other Alaska Community Development grants. We are working with the Public Works Department on infrastructure plans and those grants, as well as city planning for the for the Main Street couplet upgrades that are now 2024 to 2026, I found out after publishing this. We also want to install donation boxes for visitors to the town site and museum building outdoors so that they can continue to help support the vision and goals of the museum at any time. We want to upgrade IT at the Dorothy G. Page Center with Wi-Fi, a generator, and electrical wiring to support Red Cross emergency operations and or as a distribution point. They actually came to us and said, you know, we've been looking at you for a while. You're actually fairly resilient in this downtown area. You're a locally located place that we would like to have people come and assist. Part of that also was in 2017, when we celebrated Centennial, we actually did a Stuff the Buffs event that incorporated our entire museum town site. And so we had health services in one building, we had dental services in another building, the students could come and get their backpacks, and so that kind of got the Red Cross thinking, and we finally were able to meet and talk about what possibilities there are using our entire facility. Again, working with Public Works Director to facilitate the renovation of the Dorothy Page Center to accommodate these rentals, exhibits, and emergency usage, hopefully fall 2023 or spring 2024. We also are looking to install 2 ADA accessible restrooms into the town site to facilitate community usage of the park and buildings as well. We would like to present an updated proposal to Matsu Health Foundation for that funding assistance for those. During the pandemic, Youth Court actually also used our buildings because we had the space available, and they could use those facilities for their monthly meetings. So they enjoyed coming, and they had a great graduation event because it was a historic event for them, as well as being in the historic schoolhouse. So it was beneficial for both. Our third goal that we would like to do is, again, create these partners. And part of that partnership is developing a green space downtown, again, in partnership with the City Comprehensive Plan, the Downtown Overlay and Main Street Couplet project. This promotes community and connection through outdoor exhibits, interactive installations, art, and it's attractive, accessible, and supports the city mission of providing a quality lifestyle, safe environment, and promotes that healthy living while encouraging economic development downtown. By creating this connectivity between our town site, our museum, and the Dorothy Page Center through an accessible green space for public use and enjoyment, Public Works, Planning, and Finance will be working together to secure funding through the Matsu Health Foundation and those transportation infrastructure grants. providing an outdoor exhibit in the green space to encourage tour operators, tourism, and locals throughout the year. Again, installing those outdoor donation boxes for visitors to help support. Develop and reinforce community partnerships for funding of the outdoor sculptures, exhibits, and events in that green space, as well as creating more visitor center information outside and waypoints to get people directed around the city. This is going to be a phased development of the green space over the next 5 years to incorporate funding sources, procuring these services, and producing the green space to meet Main Street project, downtown overlay requirements, and the downtown comprehensive plan. And again, we're looking at these partnerships to move the museum forward, but also move those organizations forward as well. Let's see. I think there's a couple other things, but and then we have been partnering with the library. Every event that we do, the library is invited to do an activity and to participate with us. So we do have a really good connection with the library. We had it before they moved. They used the town site buildings behind us, and we still continue that today. So, I don't know. Are there any questions, Mr. Councilmember Graham? Or Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you. In partnership, I'm just curious, many people here in the valley are dog sled people. Do you have an association with the Iditarod people?
So the thing with our museum, there's actually 7 historic museums, organizations throughout the valley. So we work with the Iditarod, but again, we don't tell the Iditarod story. Like, we talk a little bit about mushing. We're looking at getting involved with the Aurora Dog Mushers Association, the Montana Creek Mushers Association, and looking at getting that full story, not just racing, but like recreational mushers as well. So we are building those. It's just, usually when you think about it, that's when they're getting ready to race, and so that's not really when they want to talk to you, so I have to, work on getting that timing right. But we would like to have them incorporate into as we install the mushing exhibit, we would like to have their input into that exhibit. And again, part of this, what happened was, we were ready to move in 2020, and we had the opportunity to host The Power of Children, which was the stories of Anne Frank, Ryan White, and Ruby Bridges. And unfortunately, the pandemic hit. So we had it open for 2 weeks, and it was a massive undertaking, and it actually took over the whole new museum space, so we could not install our exhibits. So then we had to close down, we had to ship that back, and they were like, okay, now we can do this. And then all the supply chain issues have come up, and so that's delayed us continually, but I think we're getting back on track with getting those things installed. So that's why I say if we can do 1 permanent and 3 temporary per year, we'll be doing pretty good.
So Bethany, you had mentioned, for buildings, and particularly, I have an interest in the historic downtown area down there, and I point people to you all the time to rent the schoolhouse and take advantage of that. Are you encouraging city departments and stuff when they have meetings to use those buildings as opposed to meeting at the Menard Center or
It's
other
always
places?
a possibility. I've told people about it. I just think it's one of those, even when I come over here to drop off our deposits, people are like, oh yeah, I remember you. You're over there somewhere. And I don't know if it's just a disconnect that, again, we have such a small staff, we have so many projects going on, being in front of people all the time so that they remember and see. So I think that's probably one thing I will have to change, is just tell my staff, I'm sorry, you're going to be by yourself. I hope no one comes in while you're by yourself at the front desk, because I need to go over to City Hall and talk with people. So, and probably maybe just put it in my weekly report that you guys, get to see, or that the departments get to see, and just say, don't forget, we have space for you.
Yeah, that'd
So
be
that's
great.
a good idea.
And then I mentioned to the Menard Center director at the last meeting, there's some renewable energy program money available, and I've perhaps caught a few dozen cases of the flu in the wind over there by your buildings. If we were to install a windmill over there for a renewable energy, would that be inappropriate for that?
So we would have to look at the landscape and the what we call the view shed and make sure that it does incorporate into the look of the buildings. I also would want to make sure that structurally we could sustain that, because historically there was a Ferris wheel there at one time, and a windstorm took it out and damaged the Walter Trench cabin, which is now out at the Bernard. So as we do that, we need to strategically look at where it would be, and if it fell or something happened or something came off, what would it damage and how could we not hurt so many people?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bethany.
Okay, our final presenter is Tina, and she's going to come up and speak to you about planning. And she has lots of plans.
That's lots of good stuff.
See, a new toy. There we go. Good afternoon, City Council. Tina Crawford, City Planner. I've heard so many good presentations this afternoon, I'm not sure I can even say mine anymore because I'm retaining everything they're saying. So, but I shall do my best and try and keep it on task. So the vision statement that I came up for our department is to create a vibrant and resilient community by encouraging economic development that enhances the quality of life for residents of all ages and abilities. I intentionally added the word abilities there. That's a really important thing that communities historically have forgotten, that we have people who are not able to walk, who have accessibility issues, that are elderly, that are, all kinds of avenues, and we need to make sure that we're planning communities that are inclusive for all. So I found it interesting when I saw the schedule and planning was last. I'm like, at first you're like, you're last, but then I thought, really, everything that you've heard today, all the plans that everyone has talked about is a component of your city comprehensive plan. All of these areas need to be addressed in your comprehensive plan that has the goals, objectives, and actions for how you want to go forward for the next 10 to 20 years for your city. So it's kind of perfect. Everything that I'm going to be talking about is what you've heard. And it's probably a lot of the directors, this is the first time they've heard that, what? I have to be involved in the comprehensive plan process? I didn't know that. I came in at the end of the 18 to 24 month process the last time the city updated the plan. So we have all new directors who haven't been involved with that, but that's going to be a huge piece of making sure that we have a good plan. So just kind of in a nutshell, what is planning? And planning is that process of determining an appropriate location, the type of character and the intensity of use, the aesthetics that we want in a community, how we use our resources, facilities, and services to ensure that we have physical, economic, and social health and well-being for our current residents and our future residents. This includes creating plans and processes to have a vision for the city. If you don't have that vision for the city as to where you want to go and how you want to operate, you're not going to be able to achieve it. And we need to make sure that it's convenient, equitable, healthy, efficient, and creates an attractive community. And it needs to reflect this city's unique needs and desires for not only the people who live here, but the people who work here. It's important. And it should be insightful, comprehensive, and strategic. And it looks at that big picture of how do things fit together, like your roads, your utilities, your land uses, health, parks, all of this, the museum, all of these roll in together. So I always like to come back, people go, well, why do you do planning? Planning, that creates drama, it creates problems. Developers don't like running into land development codes. But because the city assumed the planning powers from the borough, it's a mandate from the state of Alaska. We must have a comprehensive plan. And then, because we have to have a comprehensive plan, we must adopt implementing regulations, land use regulations. So because the city's chosen to take on those planning powers, it creates that requirement. Now, what are the benefits of planning? And I know I'm kind of giving you a synopsis and then I'll jump into my goals real quick, but I think it's important as to why. So the benefits of planning from a citywide standpoint is it saves money on infrastructure and service costs. If you make sure you're directing your development to areas where you already have road systems in place, a road network in place, you have water and sewer availability, you're not going to create a negative impact, whereas if you zone an area to allow commercial or high-density residential, an area where these services can't be provided, it now puts that cost of building that infrastructure on the city. So it saves you money. Planning creates a sense of place and reinforces that sense of community. That includes your architectural, environmental, and aesthetic elements. It protects and enhances property values when you make sure you have your parks, trails, playgrounds, transit, and other amenities provided in a community. Protects your public health, your public safety. It improves your economic development, development and quality of life. You hear it more and more, or at least I do from a planning standpoint, but from an economic standpoint, businesses looking to come into this area, especially with higher paying jobs that are bringing significant jobs in, they want to know this community their workers want to live in. Their workers don't want to live here, they're not going to come here. So we're already situated with a really great community. We have a lot of great assets, but we need to just make sure that we continue to maintain those and then move forward with recognizing how that is. And then your plans, set your clear expectations and ground rules for development. It makes it clear, everybody knows what the expectations are. And most important, well, I won't say most importantly, but nowadays, a huge financial piece to the city is it positions you to apply for grants, for infrastructure improvements, for roads, for community development, things like enhancing your parks, things like that, installing sidewalks, all of those things, because you have plans in place, situate you better to get grants. So I will go to my first goal there. So what I identified for you on the slide, I'm not going to read the entire slide, but we're looking to update the plans that we can accommodate during this 5-year period that reflect the vision for future growth. Again, we want economic development, but it needs to be in the appropriate places, and it needs to create a vibrant and resilient community with higher paying jobs. So the ones that are the primary focus for planning over this 5-year period is the landscape standards in Title 16 that impacts multifamily and commercial development, the hazard mitigation plan, the comprehensive plan. Title 16 hasn't really had a relook since '96, and then our zoning map. So just briefly, our landscape code Review Standards Committee is in action now. The council approved the creation of that, and you'll actually see coming in December a request to extend it for 6 more months. They're getting some good traction, good ideas, but they feel like they can do even more if they have some more time. So that's one of the things that's moving forward, to make sure that the standards that are in our code still achieve that goal of protecting property values and enhancing and beautifying our city, but balancing that with the cost of development. The next one that's on your list is a hazard mitigation plan update. It expires October of 2023. We update it, it's required, FEMA requires it to be updated every 5 years. It looks at the resiliency, safety, and preparedness of a community. The one that we have adopted deals with natural hazards such as earthquakes, windstorms, flooding, fire, and volcanic. So again, the department heads will hear and be solicited for people to participate in that input of updating that plan of what are our infrastructure needs, how are we positioned, what do we need to put in place for goals and actions in that hazard mitigation plan. Again, if we don't have this plan update, if we don't have a current plan, we're not eligible for FEMA grants and for things like that. So not only is it important to our community, for the safety of our community, for the protection of our city assets, it gives us that financial opportunity. So when you go into the comprehensive plan update, the last one was adopted in 2011. And again, it was after about an 18 to 24 month process. Comprehensive plan updates like these involve an enormous amount of community input. You're addressing the plans for 10, 20 years. It's not something that's done in-house by the planning department or the planning and public works department. This is a community engagement process. It needs to be collaborative. It's really important to build that strong community support, and then as development occurs, there's less controversy about how you're moving forward because you were part of the plan and established that vision. It gives you continuity and predictability. It's where you balance those competing private interests and ensure that you have orderly and logical development patterns. Protects your public investments. I know Yeah, so we want to make sure again that development's occurring where we have infrastructure in place or that we can provide that infrastructure, and that we protect our valued resources. I mean, we have wetlands, lakes, scenic vistas, all of these things need to be factored in. Economic development information's needed for prospective businesses. This gives them that. And one thing that you don't often think about is it gives you legal support for your decision making when decisions are appealed to court, whether they're appealed because of a denial or an approval. If you have a strong plan that clearly outlines your vision and you have those implementing regulations, it's easy to defend the decisions that are made by the city decision makers, your planning commission, the city council as you move forward, and even your planning staff. So our current plan addresses transportation, land use, downtown, community assets, and it's a broad spectrum. That's parks and rec, trails, library, schools, museum, natural resources, infrastructure, education, beautification, government facilities is all under that community assets. Economic vitality, intergovernmental coordination, and implementation. Some of the components that we're missing that we will need to add in deal with health, public utilities specifically, environmental, other capital improvements, and equity. I mean, these are things that are important to be in your comprehensive plan, and we will address that going forward. Other things that are part of your adopted by reference as part of your comprehensive plan is your downtown area plan, the comprehensive economic development strategy, that SEDS that's going through. That's your economic development plan. It's adopted as part of your comprehensive plan. Your streets and highways plan, your airport master plan, parks and trails plan, water and wastewater, these are all components. Whether they're actually housed in the plan or adopted by reference, they are part of your comprehensive plan. So the next one that has to be updated after you update your comprehensive plan is your land development code. These are those specific development standards that regulate how properties can be used and what kind of standards apply to them, what kind of improvements they have to do, how they mitigate impacts. And this will all be, the plan is there'll be an initial look to make sure that it's consistent with the new comprehensive plan, but then there'll be an annual review to make sure that the regulations are still, creating that end result that the vision anticipated. And then the other piece is the zoning map. We have an official zoning map. We used to have one posted in here and I didn't think about putting it in the slide. But you have to look at where you have zoned commercial, where you have zoned residential. Are these the right areas for those type of uses? And one of the things that we're seeing pressure for is a lot of our commercial is now being, and especially downtown, is being taken up with medical office. Well, although that's a valued service and we definitely want to have that, you have to identify where do we really want to preserve land for real commercial development and where it's an appropriate place for offices and these other type of uses, and same with industrial. So the zoning map is due for an update too. It was adopted in '96. Again, at the time, it wasn't looking at things about, is there an appropriate road system in place, or the levels of service on the road to support that kind of development, and other things.
So Tina, on the comprehensive plan, isn't that normally like a 10-year
It is.
cycle?
It's typically 10. It could be 10 to 20, but 10 is the normal.
Okay, and when we're applying for grants and things like that, is the recency of the review of the comp plan have anything to do with that, or?
It's not mandated like the FEMA grants are. FEMA is directly tied to the hazard mitigation plan. Because it doesn't have a deadline in our comprehensive plan, it doesn't get out of date per se, but it helps establish that your community has these goals and objectives that they're moving toward for qualifying for grants.
Great, thanks.
Okay, and then these I'll go quickly through, and if you have questions, I'll let you ask about them. But obviously, it doesn't matter if you have the best plans in the world. If you don't have a process, an easy process for someone to get through to permit their development, I see Councilmember Rubeo understands that because she's gone through it personally with commercial, with her buildings that she has. So she understands it probably better than anybody in this room as to there are ways that we identify that things should be changed and revised to make it easier for businesses to locate in the city. So we're looking to make sure that our permit process, we instituted, let's see, let me make sure, no, that's the next one. And you need to have consistent application of your codes. Your codes need to be clear, but your process has to be clear. If I submit this by this date, the plan will be reviewed and I'll get my permit on this date, so that you can build in a timeline for your development. It needs to be predictable. You got to be able to project the costs for your project. And the permit process needs to incorporate incentives for development that occurs in an area that the city has recognized it's important for redevelopment or development. So they could get higher density, smaller lots, expedited reviews, that kind of stuff. And we need to, one thing we've been doing, we've taken some initial steps, but we need an in-depth review of our permit fees. They don't reflect the cost of staff doing the permit reviews. So that does need to be adjusted. And then for downtown specifically, establishing a downtown development committee, because they're going to have the best input for improvements, incentives for economic development downtown. And then slide.
So Tina, on fees, what's your philosophy on fees for permits? I mean, what percentage of the staff time, let's say, that's dedicated to putting forward these permits should be paid by the user, and how much of it should be provided by the city, because that's the city's job is to do permits.
Right. So that's always the question of the day, and that's kind of a political policy decision as to how, obviously the higher your fees, that it discourages development. I'll just say discourage, get rid of the fancy word. It discourages development. Sometimes, it may be that price point that pushes you over. But then you have that balance with the residents' expectation. Why should we be subsidizing their permit reviews, the cost that it takes to do that, which limits the improvements that we could have to parks or sidewalks or lighting or some of the other issues that the community wants to see. So it's that balance. I've worked in communities where it's done the gamut. This is probably the lowest priced that I've seen, but I've also seen it to where it's basically billable hours like attorneys, meaning your actual hours that you're done is at a fully burdened rate. I don't think that's appropriate for us. But the scale of a project like the Shops at Sun Mountain, $250 permit, is really not covering the costs of a public works review, a planning review, looking at transportation impacts, all of that. So there's some happy medium there. My goal is to start to do it more of a phase type of approach. We did it a few years back. It used to be that a commercial permit was $50. So we went to $250, and actually we had testimony that that's not even enough. You should at least be to the $500 range. But the goal has been to, again, encourage development. So we've kept the cost down, but it's that fiscal responsibility too, budgetarily. If you look at our numbers for how much we generate versus the work that we do, it really doesn't, it's kind of hard to justify even the two positions because we don't come anywhere close to recouping the costs off of the permit review. So it's something that we will definitely look at. I don't have a specific plan. I haven't started mapping that particular one out, so.
Thank you.
And then the last one, goal 3, is to modernize our planning process to make sure they're efficient and timely. And most importantly, that potential developers have access to information on what amenities, services, utilities that we have in this area when they're trying to decide, do they want to buy land in the city and do they want to bring their business here? So we implemented CitizenServe. We got that software program. It actually it helps code compliance and also permitting. All of our permits now are online. You can do them at any time, 24/7. Submit your permits in. Our goal is this software has the capacity to give real-time information and mapping that shows you where all the projects are occurring in the city, where you can see what that project is. Is it a duplex? Is it a gas station? Is it a multifamily apartment? So you actually have that. We're also, as part of, there was a reference to the agreement with the borough with their GIS mapping services to try and adopt that functionality. So when you click on a parcel, it's basically, I won't say it's the be-all, end-all, but it's definitely a really great tool for your first stop to get information. What's the property zoned? What are the setbacks? What are the, where's the link to what's allowed in this district? All of these kind of things, and what kind of previous approvals were on that property or not on that property. And that way you're making an informed decision when you go forward with that. It could include utilities and all of that, and that's our goal, is to get that information out there, because that's important to encourage that development. And then obviously we're looking to, all of our records are permanent retention. They're all paper. Until this year, all our permits were paper. Even our logs were paper. So our goal is to digitize all of it. And so the council did grant us money to have the scanning equipment so that we can start doing that and moving down that path. That is all that I have.
Thank you, Tina. And I think that is it. Is there a motion to exit the community as a whole? Is that right? Oh, you want to go? Okay. Go for it, Crystal.
I know it's 4 o'clock.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. We are doing great on time. So on behalf of the mayor and all of our employees, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to tell the story. I think you heard some themes, at least we have, and that is we're looking at programs that we can bring back or we can create. We're trying to attract talent and keep talent. We're trying to figure out systems and processes that the customer will like, and we won't have to ask you for a whole flood of people. We're looking at what solution can we bring forward that is an IT-based component, and then change and adapting to this change is just normal now. So we're really excited about our team. We feel like it's coming together really nicely. We're all pulling the same rope, which is great. And we're using our strengths, and we're real with our weaknesses, but we're looking for opportunities. And when you look at inflation numbers and you look at the workforce, those are big threats. We got to be truthful about what that looks like. But I think the other thing is all the departments gave you some example of partners that they've reached out, whether it's another city or it's an organization, and said, hey, we're thinking about how can we do this better. And being from the private sector, that's, you just aren't that friendly with your competition, but we're trying to make it more collaborative. So thank you guys for your time. We promised everybody we'd be out of here by 4 o'clock today. We put the brownies away. So, and thank you to the staff for coming in on Saturday. We are going to send out a survey on Monday to everybody just to see what we could do to improve. But Tina has one more plan called the Strategic Planning Plan. I didn't tell her that. We're going to update that. And thank you guys for your time.
I object.
Oh, you object. I think that is it now. Is there a motion to exit the community of the whole?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it is moved by Councilmember Graham and seconded by Councilmember Johnson to exit the community of the whole. Is there an objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Okay, we are now at audience comments, if we have any. So we will go to mayor, clerk, and council comments. Okay, please keep your closing remarks limited to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I just want to echo Mrs. Nygaard's comments. Thank you to the administration, to staff, to everybody for being here today. I know for me, the city has never, was mentioned earlier by Chief Rapson, this is the first time I've really seen the city departments come together and really learn about what strategic versus tactical, or just simply strategic versus reactionary. And really trying to bring down those silos is fantastic. There was lots of good energy. We did a run through for our presentations, and I really enjoyed that. So hopefully that will continue. I will be out of the office Monday through Wednesday of next week. City Hall is closed Thursday and Friday for the Thanksgiving holiday. Next regular meeting then will be on 11/28. You'll have your travel packets then for the AML conference. So be looking for those, and happy Thanksgiving to all.
Thank you, Jamie. Let's see, next is Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. I want to thank all of the department heads for putting in an awful lot of work into this package. I can see that there's an awful lot of value, and I look forward to seeing some of these things actually being brought forth in the upcoming budgeting process for this next year. Hopefully we can take and put in these goals and whatever into the budgeting process as a reminder as to what we have done in the budgeting proposal coming up. And then maybe we can have specifics that would be directed towards this particular package in that. I do know that people were watching today. There have been some really good, at least one good feedback from one person. I want to thank the people who did watch, and hopefully it was of value to you. So thank you, community, and look forward to actually seeing some of this implemented. Thank you.
Councilmember Rubio.
I'm going to piggyback on the thank you part, the hearing from all those departments. I know it took a lot of work, but it's a great insight and very exciting to see where the city's headed. And like Councilman Johnson said, looking forward to seeing some of that implemented. Thank you.
Councilmember Graham.
Thank you. Once again, thank you to all the staff, and not just for being here today, but for the work that you put in to make this happen. Thanks to Deputy Administrator Nygaard. I know you kind of spearheaded this and are helping get the city into the real world. When it comes to thinking ahead as opposed to reacting all the time. So I appreciate the work that you do and the work that all the department heads have done and staff have done as well. So that's a really great thing. I would ask that the clerk make this packet available electronically, perhaps on whatever. Maybe talk to Steve about whatever this my documents is or whatever that is on there, so that we can refer to this during the budgetary process as opposed to trying to retain paper documents. So that's but once again, thanks to everybody. It was great. Great interaction. You could tell that you guys knew what you were talking about when questions were asked, and that's as opposed to just reading off the page there. So thanks again for everything, and have a great rest of your weekend.
Madam Mayor, are you there?
No, she's
gone. Okay, so I guess it's me. And I want to thank everybody. Great presentations. I know how much work goes into that, and I've been on the council 3 years, and this is the first strategic planning session I've been involved in. I think it might even be the first one. And I know it's good for everyone in here to look at the future. From past experience, I know that it's easy to get bogged down in just the day-to-day operations and putting out fires every day, and you're thinking the future, just trying to get through the day. And so something like this really helps you focus on the future and your goals, and it helps us as the council too at budget time to know what you're thinking and know, oh my gosh, they do need that person, or we really need to work on this. So thank you for all your hard work, and thanks for coming in today. And I think that's it. I was the last. So with no further business at hand, I am adjourning the meeting unless objection is raised. Hearing none. The meeting is adjourned at 3:50 p.m.
Hey Steve, could I see you for just a second?